Testing 1, 2. This meeting will start in 1 or 2 minutes. We're waiting for the prime sponsor of the first bill we're going to hear in public hearing. And so we'll delay the start of the meeting until the prime sponsor arrives. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think we'll get started. There's some confusion about who will introduce the first bill at public hearing here this morning. There may be some confusion about the room, because originally this meeting was scheduled to be in a room downstairs. It got revised so that we could meet here, and some people may not have gotten the message. If you wouldn't mind, thank you. So we're going to double check to make sure we didn't lose some folks by having them go to the wrong room. And when we get an assurance that everybody who is supposed to be here is in fact here, then we will start. Thank you. For those of you waiting or watching at home, we're waiting for the prime sponsor of this bill to make an appearance. We'll wait another few minutes. If Representative Chrétien does not appear, then we will have someone else introduce the bill. So please be patient for another minute or two. Thank you. Okay, we have verified that there are no people in the wrong room. So, and no bills or anything else. The clerk is looking for me?
No, for the bills.
Oh, the clerk is looking for the bills. Okay. All right. So it would appear that we can begin this meeting. So as usual, we will begin our meeting by all rising and joining Representative Doug Thomas as he leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Welcome to the Thursday, February 16th meeting of Science, Technology, and Energy. We are here this morning to hear two bills. House Bill 631 FN relative to electric utility smart meter gateway devices, followed by HB 159 relative to the default service rate for electricity. We will then be taking a lunch break and a caucus break, and we'll return at 1 o'clock for an executive session at which we will pass judgment on a fairly large number of bills, both scheduled today and resumed from earlier executive sessions. So with that, I'll open a public hearing on House Bill 631. And the prime sponsor, Representative Chrétien, is not here, so we will ask Representative Corman to introduce this legislation to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and again, welcome, or hello, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Representative Tom Corman, Grafton 15, which is Lebanon, Ward 3. I'm here to introduce HB 631 FN. We have heard many people say this is a simple bill. This is a simple bill. It says that electric utilities shall provide customers with the option to purchase a smart meter gateway device to be installed, removed, or changed by authorized utility personnel or approved contractors, and electric utilities shall notify customers of this option. So it is not forcing any customers to have a smart meter. It just makes sure that everybody has the option. Currently, of the 4 utilities serving the state, 2 of them make smart meters available and 2 do not. The 2 that do not are Eversource and Liberty. I'm a Liberty customer and I don't have the option of having a smart meter. So just to be clear, what we're talking about isn't just AMR meters, the type that are the drive-by reporting device. We're talking about the ones that are actually two-way meters where the information actually can go back to the utility about things like time of use. So that time of use charging can actually be in effect for certain customers, which will be even more important as EVs become more dominant in the state, because people are going to want to be able to charge their EVs at times with lower rates, typically overnight. Again, we're not talking about anybody being forced to do anything, any customers being forced to do anything. We're just saying that the utilities need to make this option available. There's really not much else I can say about it. I'm happy to take questions.
Questions for Representative Corman? On behalf of Representative Chrétien, Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is there any expectation on whether the cost of the meter would be added to the customer's bill or incorporated in the overall cost of electricity distribution across the utility.
Thank you, Representative Bernardi. My understanding is that the customer would pay for the meter, so it wouldn't be charged to other people. If I want a smart meter, I pay for it. It's about $200 to have a smart meter, so it would be at my option. That's my understanding of how it works.
Thank you very much.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tom, as far as you understand, does the bill pretty much leave the specification, decide who decides which piece of equipment the customer would get? Is that basically all in the hands of the utility to sort of do the research and figure out which meter they want to have customers own?
So my understanding is that from the text of the bill, it does not specify any particular type of meter. It just says smart meter, gateway device, so that I would imagine the utility can decide what type to offer.
Thanks.
As a follow-up to that question, does the customer get to choose what kind of meter he wants? Does he get to specify to the utility, oh, I want XYZ meter instead of ABC meter?
So that I do not know. I would imagine that each utility can support some range of meters, some set of meters. It might be one type, might be a few types. I would imagine then that the utility would make available to the customer, you know, here are the types of meters that we can support, and then the customer can choose. Because it would certainly make sense that it has to be something that the utility can interact with, right? I mean, if we're talking about something where, you know, the information has to get back to the utility has to be able to field that information. So I would imagine that there's some set of approved meters.
We have someone signed up from Eversource to testify, so we can ask that question there. Any further questions? Thank you, Representative Corman, for stepping up and pinch hitting for Representative Cretion. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Chair Bose.
Do a pink card.
Please do a pink card just for the record. Thank you. Next, we'll call on Mr. Michael Licata from Eversource to give us the utilities perspective on this legislation. Welcome.
Good morning. Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today on this legislation. I am registering our opposition to the bill. That said, we are, very supportive of customers' ability to access more detailed more detailed usage information and the expansion of smart meters in the state of New Hampshire. We definitely appreciate the bill sponsor's intent, but I'll sort of lay out our concerns with the bill as written. First and foremost, the bill directs the utility to provide, upon customer request, smart gateway devices. Smart gateway devices are actually different than AMI or smart meters. A smart gateway device is a device that allows and enables load control behind the meter. So think of a demand response program where the utility has the ability to reduce your thermostat or control your water heater at times of peak use. So they are two separate types of infrastructure, the gateway device versus a smart meter, which, as was described, allows for more granular information on time of use. So the intent of the bill, though, which I'll speak to, is to allow for a customer to request a smart meter, an AMI meter, as two of the other utilities have. And just by way of background, as part of Eversource's most recent rate case, we did agree as part of the settlement with parties, including the Office of Consumer Advocate, who advocated for this, to conduct a study, a feasibility study, looking at the costs of implementing and swapping out our current AMR meters with AMI meters. We are in the process of selecting a vendor to conduct that study. We have issued an RFP, and we are receiving those responses back now. Our expectation is that we'll be selecting a vendor next month, and that it will take maybe 3 to 4 months to conduct that feasibility study that will look at the costs and impacts of changing our meters out. So that process is in place as well, or moving forward, I should say, as well. And really the crux of the issue for us is, it's not just the meter. In order to enable either a smart gateway device's functionality or an AMI meter's functionality, there are systems that the utility has that need to enable that functionality. So right now, our current systems don't have the ability to enable that functionality. And so we would need to, and this will be part of the review, need to change our meter management system. We would need to change our customer information system and potentially billing system. So it is more involved than simply changing out a meter and then the customer being able to access that information. That said, again, I very much appreciate the bill sponsor's intent. We are moving forward on a number of areas to address this concern, to have smart metering or more granular metering available. So with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Licata. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. To clarify your last statement, did you mean to imply that if you need to do all these systems, I assume there would be upgrades and things like that, would the cost of that be included in your next rate hike consideration?
Whenever we change those systems out, the costs associated with that would be included in our next rate case. I don't know if it would be the next one or the one after that. They're significant undertakings, and there's a lot to consider as part of replacement of those systems. You obviously want the customer to experience a seamless transition, and there's many utilities across the country that have had challenges. They're very complicated systems.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the follow-up. So, in other words, if, say, 1% or even 5% of your customers wanted the new meter, even though they may have to pay individually for that meter, everybody in your area would be saddled with the expense of upgrading the system to provide that functionality.
That's a fair question. I'm not sure how we would interpret the language in the bill if we simply need to provide the meter, so that way the customer would, the smart gateway device, or if it were amended, the meter, so that way the customer would be sort of ready, the first one in line, so to speak, when those systems were changed out, or if this would require us to do those system upgrades. I don't think it's clear by the legislation.
So for clarification as a follow-up, you mentioned an RFP to conduct a study,
Correct.
a cost study on all of this upgrades, meters plus backroom system upgrades. I assume the study would include those backroom upgrades, correct?
I want to double check that. I know the study is looking at the meters themselves, I would be happy to get back to the committee to make sure I'm giving you an accurate answer on that.
Okay, thank you. Representative Bernardi has a question.
So, just to be clear, your study is looking at meters and potentially the backroom systems, but not gateway devices, as this bill is discussing.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Eversource is a very large utility, of course, also in Connecticut and in Massachusetts. Mr. Licata, can you tell us to what extent smart metering, time of use rates, things like that are already in place in Connecticut and Massachusetts? Is Eversource doing this elsewhere? That's
Sure. We, in Massachusetts, in November of last year, received approval from the regulator to do this change, to go from AMR meters to AMI meters. So that process has begun. There is a stakeholder group that that order requires us to create and advise with. That stakeholder group is supposed to issue a report on essentially the rollout plan of those meter swaps by, I believe it's August of next year. So correct, 2024. So that process is ongoing. I would, in terms of the actual meter swaps themselves, all of those sort of back office systems, again, need to be changed. And that process is moving forward now in Massachusetts. I need to check in on Connecticut, but I think they are behind Massachusetts, as is New Hampshire, from a moving forward standpoint. So that process, we just got approval for the change in Massachusetts to go to AMI, and it's moving forward now.
Follow up?
Our bill here says a smart meter gateway device. So from what you've said, I'm interpreting that you feel like that's an exact kind of a mashup of two different things. Is there a risk? Well, it's not a risk for us because we're not going there, but is there an opportunity? You mentioned the study came out of the rate case. You're putting out an RFP to look at the possibility of going to AMI. It feels like that's by the time we get to implementing AMI, the state of the art may be gateway devices that actually allow the utility to see and perhaps control within customers' territory, load and do.
Is there a
load
question
response.
here?
Yeah, I guess I guess my question would be: is Eversource looking at the quickly evolving technology in the utility space and thinking about a way to perhaps leapfrog another metering technology to actually more quickly get to what is promised by new technology, which is active load management and transactive energy?
Sure.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So the term smart meter gateway device is defined in statute and requires customer consent in order for the utility to install the device. And for those members of the committee who have been around a while will recall many discussions and passionate discussions on the part of some members of the public around that and concerns with health effects of meter communications. So they are two different things, but the question you're asking is, should for load control be looking further out? And the answer to that is yes. And I think what we're seeing and what we're implementing is sort of a future where there isn't a smart meter gateway device to do load control. We have a pilot program right now, a pilot demand response program that on the residential side, it's a voluntary program that allows us to, at the customer's consent, control their Wi-Fi enabled thermostat. And it's a third party that does that. There's no device that we're installing at the home. There's the Wi-Fi thermostat that the customer installs, and then a third party does that control at customer consent. And so I think that's how things are evolving, that there's not a communications device that is wired into your house. It is, as they say, I guess it's a less popular phrase now, but the Internet of Things, where there's cloud management of devices, whether it's again, a water heater, a furnace, or potentially another appliance, or in the future, an electric vehicle.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I believe it's safe to assume that Eversource and most utilities are not a just-in-time accounting inventory system. Any idea what the inventory cost would be to have these in stock, and how much the inventory volume would need to be? And would that cost be passed to the ratepayers?
I don't know the answers to most of those questions. So I think, as envisioned by the bill, that and as was testified to, the individual customer requesting the Smart Gateway device would be responsible for the cost of that. What that would be, we would obviously have to do quite a bit of work to figure that out. What vendor, what device, and the like.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again for coming in here. I have a two-part question. The back office, back room systems that you spoke of that, control the meters and customer service and billing, are those consistent across your areas of operation? In other words, is the system you use in Massachusetts the same as you use in New Hampshire? And if so, wouldn't the changes that you're now making to respond to the decision of the regulator in Massachusetts, wouldn't that also benefit you in New Hampshire and minimize the cost to implement it here?
So they are different systems across each jurisdiction. I believe in some states, even across different areas of the state, there are different systems. The company, I believe our long-term goal would be to have a standardization across all of our service territories. And to answer the second question, certainly the work that's being done in Massachusetts at that future date could be leveraged to help make it a more efficient conversion to a standardized system in New Hampshire at a future date.
Representative Noel has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I take it from your presentation that your opposition is based on the amount of time that this bill allows you to perform what you're describing as system analysis or duties to be able to put this in place. If we expanded the time the bill allows for this to be implemented, say to 6 months or maybe a year, would that remove your opposition, or would that be more acceptable?
Yeah, so our opposition to the bill really stems from whether it's a smart gateway device or a smart AMI meter. The customer who is requesting that wants functionality from that device. I don't think they just want the device for the sake of the device. And that is a significant and complicated question that involves cost. And what we're suggesting is that there are studies underway for components of that at the very least. And, as I discussed, sort of the multi-year rollout in Massachusetts, there's a lot to consider, not just sort of placing the meter on the side of a business or home involved. So I think there's more to consider than is here.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does your work or your analysis work in Massachusetts help you expedite the potential rollout of such devices here?
Yeah, as I responded to Representative Munns, I think the work that we are doing in Massachusetts, while it's not one for one, New Hampshire has its own unique characteristics. That work will help. We'll have lessons learned, what went right, what went wrong, how can we do this better, faster, more efficiently. So that work, I believe will help inform our future work at some point in New Hampshire.
Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. The AMI meters you mentioned, do those support time of use? Thank you.
AMI meters can support time of use rates. AMR meters can support time of use rates as well.
Representative Munns has another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just follow up on on the question from Representative Noel, and I'll preface it by saying I'm acutely aware of what happens when you assume, but assuming that upgrading to these smart meters would be beneficial to Eversource as well as beneficial to the consumers. Is there anything that we can do to make this bill more attractive to you, to make it more of a positive incentive to kind of move the ball forward?
I think that's a fair question. I would like to have time to consider what policy objectives could be placed into statute that would help facilitate sort of a future conversion. So be happy to get back to you with some thoughts on that.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just heard you say that AMR and AMI meters can do time of use. So you have AMR meters. If the goal is time of use for charging EVs, do we even need to make the change?
It's so the AMI meter, and I want to make sure I'm accurately capturing this. So I might want to phone a friend and get back to the committee on this. But it's really the granularity of the information that the meter allows for, and the sophistication of the meter. So, if we're talking about sort of on peak, off peak, sort of, two types of rate, or an hourly rate, which is often talked about with transactive energy. So it really depends on the granularity of the information. But I guess I would ask to check to make sure I'm accurately capturing that.
Follow up.
So I would appreciate then if you could make that assessment and send that information back to the committee.
Yes.
Representative Partial has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair Volks. I think it's very exciting that you've put out RFP for a study, and I hope it's a cost-benefit study as well, looking at such things as flattening the demand curve and transactional energy. Now, you said that in Massachusetts and in Connecticut, you're already moving further down the road of incorporating, I'll call it smart technology, upgrading the grid. If they manage to lower their peak, that will result in lower demand for those two states. Will New Hampshire benefit from a lower demand from their states through ISL?
So just to be clear, we received approval in Massachusetts in November to move forward with the conversion. The meters in and of themselves don't reduce peak. It's the programming behind them, and the incentives that get offered to customers. And so certainly anything that any state in the region does to reduce their usage during times of peak load benefits all. As you've heard from the ISO, if we, the system is very much designed from a capacity, energy, and transmission standpoint to meet the peak, hour of the peak day, of the peak month, of the peak year. And so if the system is designed and the costs are built in to meet that peak, then reducing that benefits all. Now, some companies have, in some states, have looked to try to reduce their transmission charges, which are their share of charges during that peak. They would have specific customer benefits associated with that would not necessarily flow to all.
Follow up?
One more sort of a follow-up. Will you be employing the least cost integrated resource plan? And is this a place where perhaps it's appropriate to employ that if it were functioning to the top of its ability?
Yeah, the transition to an AMI meter would be part of a least cost planning proceeding. That would be some significant investment with, lots of costs and benefits to consider, and that would be a part of the utility's long-term planning.
Thank you so much.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Licata, taking my question. What I'm looking at is this is an opt-in plan. Is Eversource now putting gateway or smart meters out on customers that do not have an input on it? Do they ask?
Oh, no, we do not. So per state statute, we would not install a smart gateway device without customer consent. And as I said, we don't have a program right now that would require that. We do have a voluntary program where customers can enroll and reduce their thermostat through Wi-Fi.
Okay. Seeing no further questions from the committee, I want to thank you, Mr. Licata, for being here. And I will call on the last pink card that I have before me and ask that Susan Durling from Hillsborough come up front and give us your perspective on this bill, Ms. Durling. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Press the button, please.
Excellent. Good morning, Chairman Vose and members of the committee. My name is Susan Durling. I live in Hillsborough and I'm a member of the town's Energy Commission. And we have recently been looking into community power as a way to give our residents more control over costs and sustainable energy choices. One of our conversations about community power got into time of use. And that's one of the things that would require smart meters. The other choices are fairly easy, offering people rates and sustainability levels. Why would anyone want to use time of use pricing? Well, one of the reasons might be that the grid needs it. We all have heard that our electric grid needs improvement to manage future needs. And pricing that changes according to the time of day can reduce strain on the electrical grid by motivating people to shifting their usage to off-peak hours. And this would also save money for utilities because fuel prices will be lower during those hours. I'm also the proud owner of a used electric vehicle this year, and I would very much be interested in being able to charge it during off-peak hours. Time of use pricing also reduces the need for expensive peak power plants. We pay a lot of money to these power plants that just sit there idly most of the time. And when we encourage people to shift their uses to off-peak hours, we can reduce the need for these money-hungry plants The Bow plant is costing us ISO New England customers almost 20 million just this year, just to sit there most of the time and be ready. And as an aside, coal is a really tough fuel to use for peak. It takes a long time to warm up and get ready and work well. Time of use pricing can also help with integrating renewable energy sources into the grid. Since the sun isn't always shining and the wind isn't always blowing, shifting uses to off-peak hours can reduce the need from other sources that are more expensive. Smart meters can also release us from bondage to one electric company. I'm sure some of us remember the time when you had to use one telephone system, you had to buy your equipment from one company, and when you wanted to call your sister in the next town, it was a toll call. None of us would like to go back to that. We got our service from one company that had complete control, and electric meters are now tied to the company we get our service from in a similar way. There is no reason we need to continue that. We should be able to give consumers the choice that smart meters would give. And I think it is in the interest of Eversource to drag this out and make it as a long implementation process as possible, because if that happened, they would be forced to be more competitive and their rates might go down. Getting a smart meter is a choice, an informed choice for the consumers of New Hampshire. We can choose to improve the efficiency of our furnaces, balancing costs and benefits, and consumers of electricity should be able to make the same choices. If they want to buy a smart meter because they've figured out they're going to save money, they should be able to do it. Smart meters give consumers more freedom to control use and costs. Smart meters can reduce energy costs, result in a more sustainable power grid, and help manage energy demand. They are a technology we should definitely be taking advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Durling, for taking the trouble to come in and talk to us today. We appreciate getting your perspective.
You're welcome.
Just for clarity, is your perspective, because you wrote on your pink card that you were representing yourself, is your perspective just your own, or is that the perspective of the Hillsborough Energy Committee as well?
I decided on the spur of the moment last night to come in today, so I did not discuss my testimony with the committee, so I don't feel comfortable saying I represent them.
Great, thanks for clarifying that. Questions for Ms. Durling? Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming in, and want to try to leverage your expertise as a member of a local energy committee. I'm assuming that you and your committee have determined that the meters that are in place in Hillsborough won't support time of use rates.
We do not have information currently on the meters that exist in the community, but from general kind of community knowledge, I don't think most of the community has a smart meter.
Follow up?
Sorry. Do you know if the rates in your town are AMR or AMI meters?
Do I know if our meters are AMR or AMI?
Right.
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you.
Could you refresh our memory? Which utility serves Hillsborough?
Eversource.
Eversource. Okay, thank you. Seeing no more questions, I want to thank you once again for coming in. And since I have no more pink cards on this bill, HB 631FN, I'll ask if there is anybody else in the room who would like to say something about this bill before we conclude this public hearing. Seeing none, I'll ask Representative Ploget to give us a sense of what the blue sheet says about this bill.
Thank you, Chair. HB 631, blue sheet had 1 in support, none opposed. Online, 12 in support, 2 opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 631FN, and we'll take a bio break until 10 o'clock, at which time we will hear House Bill 159. Thank you very much. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, time to get back to work. I would like to open a public hearing on House Bill 159 and call to the front of the room the prime sponsor of the bill, Representative Rebecca McWilliams. Just to let everyone know, I have a stack of pink cards. Currently have 10 pink cards of people who want to testify on this bill. So we may be, well, maybe 11. And that's including the prime sponsor. Thank you, Rebecca. So we may be limiting testimony to no more than 3 minutes on this bill. However, the prime sponsor will have a good 5 minutes to introduce the bill. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair Bose. For the record, my name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams. I represent South Concord. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. By way of background, I think we all know that New Hampshire is facing a energy crisis in terms of the electricity rates that we have seen spiking this winter. For a quality, solid energy policy to work in the state, we need to have consistent energy rates, both for businesses and for our own pocketbooks as residential customers. And right now what we're seeing is crazy volatility, the inability to predict and budget for doubling of electric rates. And so this is a concern. I'm sure this is a concern for everyone on this committee and your constituents. Therefore, the intent of this bill, House Bill 159, is to come up with a way to address spikes and volatility in the electricity arena. Obviously, this is a bill that's a first pass, and I believe that there's a lot of opportunity for changing the way that we address pricing and the way that the spikes impact individuals and businesses here in the state. So the goal here, of course, is to create some kind of a gradual curve up and down rather than crazy spike and extreme rates for our ratepayers. Just a little bit of background. And Representative Corman, would you mind passing around those amendments that you picked up? By way of background, we know that Eversource currently goes out to bid every 6 months to get new pricing information and figure out how much electricity rates are going to be. That in a market where we are looking at changes daily, certainly monthly, with the cost of natural gas being impacted by international markets and the conflict in Ukraine, we know that type of bidding every 6 months really leaves us with a very conservative cost because it's hard to predict exactly what's going to happen over the next months. And so therefore, the idea here is to come up with a mechanism and a way that the pricing can be set on a shorter basis and therefore more responsive to market rates and not locked in at a 6-month conservative with some fluff built in price, because of course the businesses and consumers have to pay for that conservative estimate. So if you look to the language on the bill as introduced, HB 159, what I did was I set a 5-year average of the retail rates from ISO New England, and I'm trying to lock in rates in order to keep it more along the line of a curve rather than allowing a spike. I've heard all kinds of great feedback from different members of the energy community in regards to how this probably wouldn't work. There may be some concerns about putting the potential risk on the utilities, which they're not really in a position to manage that level of risk. And I acknowledge that. But also our consumers are not really in a position to manage this kind of risk. And so we have this balancing act between consumers and the energy producers, providers, and utilities. So really the goal here is to come up with something as a committee that could potentially address the spikes and even out the curves so that people are not stuck with crazy rates when things like the conflict in Ukraine happen, having some kind of a buffer to protect us. So, as I said, Representative Corman did a great job passing out the potential amendment. And I'd like to just address very simply the language in the amendment is enabling what's called laddering. Laddering allows a utility to go out to bid multiple times a year instead of once every 6 months to get better pricing. This is enabled following the Connecticut model. Eversource does this in Connecticut right now, and they have developed having an individual role as part of the Department of Energy. This person is responsible for figuring out what the appropriate timing is and how frequently utilities should be getting their rates. I think that in this day and age, in a modern time, it's time to look to modernizing both time of use rates and how frequently utilities go out to bid instead of locking in a 6-month buffer. And so, as I said, this bill, House Bill 159, is really meant to be a solution right now to the energy crisis that we are facing as a state, coming up with innovative and creative solutions to address the pain that all of our constituents, businesses and consumers are feeling right now. So I'm happy to take questions on this, and I'm certainly happy to amend or do a subcommittee on this bill. I think that this is a pressing issue, and it's something that we as a committee can make a difference on. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams, for introducing House Bill 159. You are uniquely positioned as someone who has legal training to answer the question of whether the bill as introduced would be constitutional or not. Do you have an opinion about that?
I think there's a constitutional question, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions for Representative McWilliams? Seeing none, I'd like to move on because we have a lot of pink cards to get through in the next hour or so. So I'll call forward now Mr. Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy to give us the department's perspective on this proposed legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. The department is opposed to House Bill 159 as introduced. Thank you. I will note, I did have a short conversation with Representative McWilliams last night to understand the intent of her language, which was reiterated in her public testimony, and we're certainly respectful of that. I haven't had a chance to digest Amendment 0557H, so my comments will just be focused on the bill as introduced.
If I may interrupt you briefly, we are not allowed to consider amendments in public hearings, so just confine your remarks to the bill as introduced.
That's
Thank
my
you.
intention. Yep, I can do that. So to provide context, New Hampshire's electric distribution utilities, as part of restructuring under RSA 374F, do not own generating assets or the resources to produce electric power. For the energy sold to customers through default service, what's Eversource, Unitil, Liberty, those utilities competitively solicit prices from generators for electric power on the wholesale market through a competitive solicitation. It is typically done every 6 months. The prices reflect wholesale market conditions, and electric utilities do not make any profit from the sale of that default service power. It is direct pass-through to consumers. The New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission then conducts an adjudicative proceeding to determine a utility's electric rates. This adjudication ensures that the costs recovered by the utilities are prudently incurred and are just, fair, and reasonable. As we mentioned on earlier bills this year, these terms, prudently incurred and just, fair, and reasonable, are important as they have significant legal implications built upon many years of legal precedent. What's important to note is that the cost for default energy service, again, the cost of the power procured by these utilities, are directly passed through to New Hampshire's electric consumers. They don't make any rate of return on these power costs, but utilities make a rate of return on the resources needed to distribute and transmit that power to customers. Circling back to the bill seeks to amend RSA 374F:3, which outlines a variety of restructuring policy principles when New Hampshire restructured its utilities. Again, this section of statute is meant to offer some legislative guiding policy principles rather than any type of mandatory requirement, at least in this specific language. So lines 3 to 5 change the term should to shall, effectively requiring that default service utilities shall be designed to provide a safety net and to assure universal access and system integrity. While obviously default service companies are legally required to provide electric service to their customers, this change does raise some questions. Rather than being should, it's a shall now, so it's mandatory. So does that mean that potentially do default service utilities provide service even in the event of a customer who's not paying their bill? Similar concerns are on lines 4 to 5. If default service providers have failed default service solicitations, are they still getting competitive electric prices? If not, those providers could potentially be violating the state statute. Again, the conversion of the phrase shall to should reduces flexibility in an area of statute that has policy principles and makes the statute a more of a requirement and therefore more difficult to implement. Circling to the main thrust of the bill on lines 5 to 11, the bill indicates that the costs of procured power shall be recovered from retail ratepayers based upon a rate calculated by using the 5-year average of the retail rates for the New England region as posted by ISO New England. The language then spells out how the average is recalculated, and then how the rates are rates are charged to ratepayers, and they cannot exceed a rolling 5-year rate. We want to note several observations with the bill. First, ISO New England does not post retail default service rates. It does calculate and post locational market prices at various nodes throughout New England. Default service prices are posted in the tariffs of the New England utilities that operate throughout the region, though they do not all use the same language, and it's not always clear what is intended in those other states' utilities tariffed rates. Second, this language overlooks the differences between default power and default service. Default service rates are quoted by electric suppliers, and they include more than just the bare cost of electricity, such as risk premiums or RPS compliance costs. Those are built into default service rates. As I said, there are other costs that are not separated out during the bidding process for default service power in default service solicitations. And then finally, while we understand, the department now understands the intent is to lessen energy costs for ratepayers and to introduce some laddering effect or having utilities sign contracts for powers, signing contracts for power at different rates or at varying terms to mitigate market volatility, this change could be legally problematic. The language outlines how the price of electricity is set to be charged to retail customers devoid of actual market costs. For example, if the price of electricity is actually higher than the 5-year average that's posted in the bill, utilities can only collect up to the 5-year average price. In such a circumstance, the bill would likely be an unconstitutional taking under the Fifth Amendment. Additionally, it's not clear how any overage would be paid devoid of any constitutional claim. DOE believes utilities would be on the hook for that overage, essentially creating some type of deferred liability for them. And I think the prime sponsor indicated that that's likely an issue with this bill and would maybe require some further vetting. Conversely, what if the price of electricity is less than the 5-year average? Do ratepayers may be locked into paying higher electric rates that do not reflect market realities? So do utilities keep the money to pay down any type of deferred liability? Do utilities return any excess funds to ratepayers? If there is a return to ratepayers, how is that process conducted? These are all large questions with the bill as introduced, and I understand from the prime sponsor's testimony that this is kind of a first step into a larger conversation. The department would certainly be willing to take part in that conversation if the bill is retained or goes to a subcommittee. The only other thing I'd want to reference is that by way of background, the PUC currently has an open investigatory docket. That's IR 22-053. That is examining all the pertinent aspects of New Hampshire's default service procurement. That docket opened in September 2022, and it may lead to further discussions as to how default service procurement may be improved in the future. And with that concludes my testimony, and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. well over 6 minutes. Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Roberge. Good to see you as always.
Good to see you.
You referred to the bill as written as doing laddering.
Mhm.
But it's really about a 5-year rolling average.
Mhm.
Are you saying that that's really the same as laddering, or is there some sort of difference?
Thank you for the question. I think I'd kind of parse that a little bit and say it looks, and I think the department's perspective, it looks like a type of laddering. It's not exactly laddering in the straight up sense that you'd expect. I think the traditional laddering framework is meant to have utilities go out for power at varying times, layer their contracts in a way so that people aren't hit with a flat cost up front, as the prime sponsor indicated, prevent those sudden spikes and everything like that. But I would just contend that in a traditional laddering model, while there may be benefits to a laddering approach if, say, energy costs go higher, there is a negative impact if costs go lower. So if the market, is selling power at a very low price, but your laddering mechanism is still selling power to your customers at a higher price, you're separated from market realities, and consumers could be paying more than what the market is actually offering, if that makes sense.
Representative Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We heard earlier in the year about how New England Co-op does its pricing. Would their methodology of how they're doing their pricing meet the intent of what this bill is trying to do? And would that be an easier process to get done?
Thank you for the question. So potentially it could. I don't want to speak too much for the co-op, and I didn't speak too much in depth with our regulatory staff about New Hampshire Electric Co-op's way of doing it, but I know that's been something that's been discussed. I imagine any type of approach that they currently have in place would likely be an avenue that is discussed in the IR docket that I referenced at the PUC.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to follow up on Representative Thomas's question there, would this bill, if passed, eliminate the PUC standing order that the utilities could only go to market once every 6 months?
Thank you for the question. It certainly could. As I'm sure this committee is aware, the PUC issued an order dealing with energy efficiency programs, and the legislature came in and passed House Bill 549 to kind of correct that order. So it is likely that the passage of the bill in its current form would likely override some of the PUC's abilities to map out default service procurements.
Representative Reynolds hopefully has a question rather than a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Roberge, is the department supportive in concept of the idea that New Hampshire residents and businesses need to be better insulated from the short-term ups and downs of the market and would benefit from more stability in the way utilities set their rates?
Sure. Thank you for the question. Yes. So, as we emphasize in our state's 10-year state energy strategy, the department does have a very keen goal of keeping an eye on electric rates through the lens of the ratepayer. The department is an active participant in the IR docket that I previously mentioned, providing feedback on various different proposals or ideas about default service procurement. For example, there have been some discussions about in the docket about a descending clock auction for default service procurement. The department, at least in that, is not recommending that approach at this time, just because we want to internally review that approach. And I think in that IR docket, there's some intention about having a presentation about that type of procurement option. So again, I think a lot of these questions are kind of being hashed out in the IR docket that's being discussed. Thank you.
Representative Munns has a quick question.
A very quick and probably the simplest question you're going to get today. What was that docket number again?
Thank you for the question. That is the easiest question I hope to get today. That is IR 22-053. And I did send a link to that late last night to Representative McWilliams. I'm happy to share a link to that docket with members of the committee here as well.
Wonderful. Thank
Follow-
you. We appreciate the department being here to
Follow up?
follow up. Go ahead.
I don't want to let them off the hook that easy. Just a quick follow up. I understand that there may be some question as to whether the PUC actually has the authority through this docket to overrule what the current practice is. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for the question. So the,
I'm going to ask you not to answer that question. It's not really relevant to the bill, and it's an interesting topic, but let's save that for another day.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We appreciate
Thank
the
you.
department's perspective, and now would like to hear the perspective of Eversource on this legislation as introduced.
Good morning. Again, Michael Licata representing Eversource Energy. I'll be brief. I think I put 3 minutes on my card. I think I can do it in less. Don't want to be repetitive with the testimony of the Department of Energy, but essentially we agree with their read of the legislation as introduced. We would be opposed, and it is very much the same concerns that we expressed on HB 633, which the committee voted 20-0 to ITL. Again, for the reason that it separates the rate that the utility is allowed to charge from the cost that the utility incurs to provide service. That said, very much appreciate the intent of the bill sponsor and her testimony that, she wants to address this issue. And in fact, I think the words she used were address spikes and volatility. There are a number of different ways, as was previously discussed, that the utility could procure default service. Right now, the 6-month load following RFPs, they are designed to essentially mirror market at those exact moments in time, and the customers are sort of have maximum market exposure. And if there is volatility in the market, by design, that is what the customers are seeing. Certainly, we used the example of the rate set back in August of last year, where the default service rate doubled, and that was what the market was doing at the time, and that's what customers paid. And so we certainly have thoughts and ideas. If the goal, the policy goal is to provide price stability and reduce market volatility, then again, there's a very different way we could go about doing this, and we would welcome the opportunity to work with the bill sponsor, the committee, and other stakeholders on language to address that. I have not seen the amendment, so I certainly can't speak to that. And with that, happy to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Licata. I hope those assembled will follow Mr. Licata's lead by staying well within the time limit that he requested. 2 minutes, 5 seconds. Well done. Any questions for Mr. Licata? We don't accept questions from the audience for people who are testifying. If you want a member of the committee to ask a question, you could consult with someone and they could ask the question on your behalf. All right. Seeing no questions for Mr. Licata, we'll move along. And I'll next ask Mr. Michael Kraus, newly joined to the Office of the Consumer Advocate, to provide his perspective on this proposed legislation. Mr. Kraus, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. As a matter of brief introduction, since this is my first time testifying, my name is Michael Kraus. I'm the new staff attorney at the Office of the Consumer Advocate. I graduated from Vermont Law School. I have 4 brief points to address, and I do not wish to reiterate too many points from Eversource or the Department of Energy. But first and foremost, the OCA testifies in support of this bill. The OCA shares Representative McWilliams' concern about the soaring cost of default energy service and the need to re-examine how default energy service is procured. However, with the bill's original approach discussing this 5-year average is flawed because it would create unrecoverable stranded costs, or it could lead to deferred costs that are unfair to future customers. Third, and generally speaking, these questions tend to involve policy choices surrounding the nature of default energy service procurement, and therefore the OCA is on the fence, as seen in the IR docket 22-053 mentioned earlier, about who might be the best source of that option, whether it be the general court, depending on how prescriptive it is, or even discussing with the Department of Energy as some form of alternative service procurement manager. But ultimately, the OCA testifies in support of this bill and shares the concerns of Representative Nick Williams. In the interest of time, we're open to any questions asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Kraus? Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. I'm sorry, I didn't catch you made some comments related to the open docket. And could you just repeat those? I didn't hear them.
Yes, I'm happy to repeat. Are you able to hear me clearly? Great. Generally speaking, the issues surrounding default energy service rates and their procurement involves policy questions, and the OCA was mentioning that in IR docket 22-053 that the Department of Energy brought up. That's what the PUC is currently exploring, is some of those alternatives and how that can actually be addressed. And just generally speaking, the OCA is expressing that those policy choices might be more appropriate before the general court, or working out an arrangement with the Department of Energy or other interested parties on those solutions in that docket.
Seeing no further questions, I want to thank you for being here and say hello to Don Kreese for us when you get back to the office.
Thank you, Chairman.
Next up, I'll call on Van Gaudet from Rumney. Good morning and welcome to SDNE.
Good morning. Hi. Thank you for having me. My name is Fawn Gaudet, and I'm Fawn Gaudet. I'm from Rumney, New Hampshire. I'm a member of the public. I just wanted to share that many people are struggling and going through hardship to pay their energy bills. And this is the highest single rate increase in New Hampshire history. And another key point is the best way to lower energy demand bills is to not need it and to move forward to renewable energy sources that will help people save money, such as energy saving investments such as offshore wind potential to look into and solar energy. And these resources are boundless and they're green resources that will help people and will help our climate and our environment for the future, our future generations. And I think that you all have the power to take these steps to help us move forward and protect our climate and help our people in New Hampshire. So I hope you please support HB 159 and thank you so much for your time. Any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Gaudet? Seeing none, I want to thank you for being here. Long drive. Appreciate you coming down. Next, we'll call on Susan Durling, who we heard from in the last hour. She's from Hillsborough, and she's here representing herself. Welcome back.
Thank you. Just have a couple of brief comments that Ms. Gaudet addressed most of my issues. Right now, just from a citizen observer of the PUC, it seems to me that most of the power at setting rates is on the side of the utilities. And I would just like to see our representatives putting a thumb on the scale on the side of the consumers and help us with some guardrails so that we got to plan our budgets too and buy groceries and buy medications. And I'd just like to see some guardrails set, and I do support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Durling? Seeing none, I want to thank you for taking the time to come talk to us today. Next, I'll call on Ms. Kaylee Coates of Hooksett, New Hampshire, here representing herself. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Coates. I am a resident of Hooksett. I'm here today to express my support for HB 159. It's imperative to put guardrails on the energy procurement process at the New Hampshire Public Utilities Commission. The PUC is supposed to protect the ratepayers against unjust price hikes. However, electricity rates have recently doubled, the largest increase in New Hampshire history. Such unchecked increases makes it near impossible for younger generations like myself to own homes and keep up with utilities. I would like to settle down in the place where I grew up, a state that I love, but the steep increases in the cost of living paired with plateauing wages means I soon might have to look elsewhere for places to live. These ever-increasing bills are a common topic discussed between my friends and peers. I would hate to see a mass migration away from the state. Being hit with an electric bill that has doubled what I had budgeted for means having to sacrifice other necessities in my life. Furthermore, I believe...
Could I interrupt you for a second?
Yes.
While it's interesting to hear the perspective you're providing, it doesn't really talk about the substance of the bill. Do you have any actual substantive comments on the use of a 5-year running average and other specifics related to the bill?
Sure. I believe that we need to be readjusting the price increases more often than every 6 months. Clearly, this isn't working if we're having such steep increases from 6 months to 6 months.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate you being here to give us your perspective. Any questions? Seeing none, I'll thank you and call on next Ms. Catherine Corkery, representing the New Hampshire Sierra Club, for her perspective on this legislation.
Thank you.
And Ms. Corkery, I'll remind you that we're interested in hearing about the specifics of the bill, specifically the rolling 5-year average proposal that's in the bill.
My comments are geared towards the bill.
Good, thank you.
My name is Catherine Corkery, and I represent New Hampshire Sierra Club. We have over 17,000 members and supporters in New Hampshire, and our motto is to enjoy, explore, and protect the earth. Today, I'm honored to present to the committee that the chapter supports the bill HB 159. As noted earlier, the PUC Commission supports the just, fair, and reasonable standard for rates. And the statute says the default services, which are designed to minimize customer risk. That's what the statute says. And I think we've seen these rates, this process is broken. It's neither just or reasonable. And the evidence is the doubling of people's electricity bills. I represent people in New Hampshire who've had to face with these doubling rates. And I understand that it's supposed to be a pass-through cost, meaning that the utilities charge what they pay.
I'm going to have to stop you there. Remember, this bill doesn't talk about the doubling of rates. It doesn't talk about just and reasonable. So please confine your comments to the bill itself.
It's in that statute. It pertains to that statute. And I do think my comments relate to the bill. What we see is that the rate hike makes it clear that the fossil fuel market is unpredictable and beyond the control of the PUC and the state of New Hampshire. And what's puzzling is that New Hampshire rates are higher than the rates in other states, and even within the state, they're not uniform. Why is that? And we know that the co-op uses a different model. But what about the other states? Why is it that Eversource's rates are so different in every other state? Why is it that Unitil's is different in every other state? And what are they doing that we're not doing? Is my question. And this bill is to answer that question.
15 seconds, please.
I would like to take longer because I have, and I will be sending these letters through the portal, the portal for comments. I have collected almost 100 letters of your constituents and the pain that they are feeling with this rate hike. And in particular, this idea that we should control what we can. And I would like longer time, sir, if I may. And
30 seconds. I'll give you 30 seconds more.
Thank you. I would like longer. But controlling what we can by putting the guardrails on procurement and focusing away from the fossil fuel sources by investing longer to build resiliency and lower the demand at the source with the ratepayers. Ratepayers want to spend less on their energy bills, and there are ways for
Okay,
us
I've given
to
you additional
do
time. We need to move on. So.
And then quickly, I just want to share some of the comments, sir. One is from West Chesterfield. We are on a fixed income. The energy rate seems criminal. These are people, regular people, and I will be submitting these. I also submitted to the committee a handout from our friends at Acadia Center.
We got it. Thank you.
Great. And
I assure you that the comments that you just shared with us are comments that we have heard from our constituents many, many times. We're well aware of the pain and suffering that people are experiencing from high electricity rates.
And I encourage
So,
this committee
I thank you for your testimony.
to take
and
it
We'd like to move on
in a
because we have
meaningful
several other
way.
people who would like to testify here this afternoon. Next, I'll call on Karen Irwin from Hopkinton to give us her perspective. And Ms. Irwin, I would urge you to refrain from talking about how these electricity rates affect you personally. We want to hear if you have any unique information to provide about the substance of the bill, namely the rolling 5-year averaging of electricity cost. And please confine your comments to 2 minutes, please.
Okay, my name is Karen Irwin. I'm representing myself and I'm from Hopkinton, New Hampshire. I want to reiterate some of the comments that have come in here from the prime sponsor who says this is a work in process. This is a project, something that needs to happen for the good of our statewide constituencies and customers. The 5-year average might not be the best basis, but there's got to have something. We have to have some changes. 6 months isn't working. Those peaks and valleys for people aren't working. And so one thing that came to mind as I listened to all the testimony that came through from the department and others is that, you know, I look at what we do to buy our oil. Everybody goes under a contract. Well, not everybody. Everybody that can afford it goes under a contract. We have a year contract. And then we have the downside protection that we can do. Why can't we do, I don't know this process, but why can't we do something that at least goes out a year so people know what they're going to be paying for these rates and make it more of a public process? Now, this is supposed to be a public process in this legislation today, but I am really hoping, because there's a lot of work to be done and it shouldn't just be ITL'd, that this bill, you create a subcommittee and allow more open testimony and more thoughts and ideas to go into this process.
30 seconds.
It is credibility that you listen to the public on this. And I know you don't want to reiterate, and I am talking a little bit on my letter, but I am about my personal situation, but I'm going to hand that out. And but I had testimony subsequent to that, and I think it's valuable that we create a subcommittee. So I encourage you to support this bill in some way, work out the constitutional issues, but put it into subcommittee at least, please.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Irwin. Appreciate it. Moving along, we'll now call on Mr. Art Cunningham, also from Hopkinton, who also apparently represents the Sierra Club. Mr. Cunningham, 2 minutes, please.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Yeah, my name is Art Cunningham. I live in Hopkinton. My office is in Hopkinton. I'm an attorney. And Kathy Corky of the Sierra Club asked me to come in and testify on this bill. My background with the Sierra Club over the history is particularly in connection with the Eversource. I worked on the scrubber because we believed the scrubber violated the Clean Air Act on the New Source Review Standards. I worked on NOx for the Sierra Club because NOx is a problem in the state because we have difficulties with ozone. I've made appearance before the Air Resources Council and the PUC on behalf of the Sierra Club, and I've worked on Eversource's Title V. The idea of this bill is to provide a cap on these rate spikes. Let me put it this way. They go out every 6 months on an arbitrary date. It's like playing Russian roulette. Whatever the price is in the wholesale market on that date is what the ratepayers get stuck with. That is no way just and reasonable. It's no way to treat ratepayers, and it's no way for utilities who are to serve the public to act. Now, I listened to the Horrigan.
30 seconds, please.
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, I've spent so many years in court, sorry. But I have some substantive comments to make about my listening to the Horrigan testimony. And one of the questions was that never got answered by the utility, by DOE, or the OCA was what's the source? What was the source of this going out twice a year? Why is that standing as the rule on how wholesale electricity is purchased? Now, what I did, and Kathy handed it out, the source of that rule is found in Public Utilities Commission Order Number 26092, which was issued in an Eversource case on December 29, 2017. Now, it's very, very important for this committee to understand the source of this rule. So what I did, each member of the committee now has a copy of this order. And what I asked Kathy to do is to redline substantive parts of the order. If you look in your order, you have a red line. Like I say, I think it's critically important for this committee to understand the basis of this, what I consider to be absolutely arbitrary procurement process.
Can you explain quickly why understanding this is critical to this?
Because I heard, Mr. Chairman, I heard multiple questions from this committee during the Horrigan bill. What is the source? Why are the utilities buying power twice a year on the wholesale market on arbitrary days? What is the legal source of that practice? And I heard misleading answers. I heard the Eversource lobbyists say, well, it's in the statute. Let me assure you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, it's not in the statute. The source of that purchasing authority is found in this order.
Okay, we get that. So thank you. We appreciate you giving us that information.
And if you look through if you look through, for example, on page 15, if you want to have an understanding of what the statute says with regard to energy purchase, look at page 15. It says, and you can read it for yourself, but it says, this is RSA 374 F3 4 little c. The important part here is it includes access to service with an option of stable and predictable rates for customers, recovery of the cost, competitively procured power through energy service rates. That's what the statute says. The statute does not prescribe the procurement process. This order does. Another important part of this order is found on.
You're up over 5 minutes now.
Mr. Chair, I would like to finish.
Please do, and do it as quickly as you can.
With due respect, this committee needs to know the source of this authority, and they also need to know how it can be fixed. And first of all, this order specifically provides, and you'll find it marked in red, that any party, including Eversource, the OCA, a member of the public, any party can reapply to the Public Utilities Commission to fix this order. In other words, it can be done not by statute, it can be done simply by order. But the problem here is nobody seems to want to do it. So I'm asking the legislature to put in this guardrail to force the utilities to go back and figure out a better procurement method. And I've got one more suggestion for you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, as an amendment, a proposed amendment. Let's do this. Let's not impose, let's put the cap in place, but put in a revised statute by way of amendment that Eversource or Unitil or Liberty are free to go out into the wholesale market and buy electricity whenever the price is right. Let them have the discretion, let them have the authority, and let them have the responsibility to responsibly buy electricity. And if the purchase of that electricity, which is passed through, the costs are passed through, if the price of that electricity is less than the rolling 5-year average that's in here, give the consumers that rate. In other words, if it's less, give them that rate. In other words, built into this statute could use some work, but build into that statute, if they can buy electricity by smart purchasing, let the consumer have the benefit of that lower rate. And I suggest that as an amendment to this bill. Let me address one more point. Eversource and the DOE, the lobbyists, all come in, oh, we've got constitutional problems here. Well, think about it. If the cap is based on retail rates, an average of retail rates, if the cap is based on an average of retail rates in the region, what's wrong with the utilities in this state? Why can't they meet the average? That argument is just wrong. The other thing I would say about those blanket arguments that somehow this is an infringement on their constitutional rights or it'll create stranded costs and whatever. What I would say to this committee, if they make such a claim, then the PUC has the obligation to do a thoroughgoing audit of why they make that argument. In other words, this is not, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, kid games. I don't know why you would sit here and listen to these blanket statements that, oh, this will put us into bankruptcy or this is improper taking. That is a wrong argument. Keep in mind, let me repeat, this average is of retail rates. So everybody else in the region is doing it. Why can't they? And if they make that claim, oh, this is unconstitutional or this is a taking, let the PUC examine their books and records. So thank you very much for allowing me a bit of extra time, but this is a serious matter that needs serious study by this committee and by the full legislature. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Your refusal to honor the time limits that we requested for the committee hasn't done your cause any good.
I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We'll move on now, and I'll call on, and I apologize if I mispronounce the name, Elizabeth Bielowski. I hope I got that right. And please, 2 minutes, and please confine your comments to the subject of the bill.
Thank you, Chair and Representatives. You were close. It's Bielowski. So my name is Elizabeth Bielowski, and I'm a lobbyist for 350 New Hampshire. I also have a master's degree from University of Denver in social work, concentrating in energy and environmental policy. I strongly support HB 159, and I believe it is necessary for economic and energy stability in New Hampshire. The utility rate increases over the past year have been unprecedented and a huge financial burden on many New Hampshire residents and families. I do believe personal testimony for that is important and can't be minimized, no matter how often or frequent it's being brought up. Calculating rates based on a 5-year average would both stabilize pricing for residents as well as create transparency from utility companies. For example, Eversource reported $1.4 billion in profit for 2022, which is a $184 million increase from 2021. There's definitely a problem right now with market and supply, and I acknowledge that. But there's also a discrepancy between price and utility company profits right now as well that is relevant to why this bill is important. Utility companies should not be able to skyrocket prices on a whim, and it's concerning how many of these companies are hitting record profits while our residents can't afford to keep heat on in the winter. Consequently, I support this bill and any amendments that take market price into acknowledgements, as well as the fact that every other region in New England has been able to adopt similar policies to this. I'll also take questions if anyone has any.
Thank you for keeping in your time limit and well spoken. We all appreciate that. Do we have any questions? Seeing none, I'm going to, your excuse. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. I'd like just to make one statement before we move on, just a very short statement, because some of you haven't been here all year, and we receive a lot of testimonies and information. I don't want anyone out there to think that this committee, all of us here, does not understand what's going on with the rate hikes, or how they're determined, or that we are just listening to only one side. We listen to almost every bill involves some sort of rate hike information. We absolutely hear what the public is saying. I have people in my own constituents who I have visited that are almost living in squalor because of these high rates. We get it. There are systems, there's bureaucracies. We are trying to find a good way. I personally feel this bill is a nice attempt to address it. I think there's some obstacles in there, but we're going to work our way through some of them, whichever bill works. I just want the public to understand that, and I appreciate your concern. We understand everything here. Thank you for that, for indulging me on that, and I will call. Yeah, that's right. We were well aware of the PUC order. I don't know where someone may have gotten the idea that we didn't know that order existed, but it was not in statute. We knew about the PUC order, and that's an issue that could be worked, given some time. But we are definitely looking at those things. I think I made a comment earlier today about one utility's your method seems to be working a little better than something else. That's an issue that we can bring up. I'd like to move on and go to the next speaker, which is Tom Poirier. Excuse me if I didn't pronounce your name right. Poirier, that's right. Who's representing himself.
That's all right. Poirier, north of the border. Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. Maybe I should be speaking into this, but in the interest of time, brevity, I'm going to adhere to that policy. It's been repeated. But I just wanted to, I had a question for somebody in the back here that spoke earlier. But the recurring theme just seems to be, without doubt, that this 6 month, going out to, by Eversource and maybe its other utilities too, including Liberty, where I'm from Salem, New Hampshire. It needs to be more frequent. I bet the technology is there. I bet Eversource has that technology as well. So that's a recurring thing. I don't know. I did some, statistics. I'm big on that. And I learned that New Hampshire was the second most expensive in the country for electric utility rates, behind Hawaii, which you might understand why they may be. But my question is, the Eversource rep spoke earlier, and he was mentioning that there are various methods that they can use to look into to level the rate volatility. I wonder if he has any examples of that and what they might be working on. I think he's behind. Nope.
I don't know who that person was.
Well, it was a gentleman
offhand.
back there.
Oh, we there can- he
is. How you doing?
What?
Do you have
Is
any-
this something that Eversource would like to address or leave for later, or? He's he's
just wondering what-
he's taking up your time, so whatever he wants to answer, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll yield.
Okay.
Again, Michael Licata, Eversource Energy. So I think the question was in reference to what are other ways that the utility could procure default service, and was mentioned previously today. One could go out for more frequent solicitations for smaller amount of load. That's often called laddering, as was referenced by one of the testifiers. That is what we do in Massachusetts and Connecticut. And I would just point out, as I did in my previous testimony on HB 633, when I did in fact cite the order required by the commission, that was our original proposal coming out of divestiture in New Hampshire, and the commission did not want to go in that direction. They wanted to tie the rates to the market, so that customers would see market price signals. So that's certainly something we could do. There's also different varying lengths of time for the procurements right now, again, per PUC order, which is supported by New Hampshire statute. The company goes out every 6 months. In Maine, they go out every year for yearly setting. Again, that could be a way to stabilize prices instead of 6 month solicitations, 1 year solicitation. So there's a number of different levers one could use. And as I testified to earlier, we're happy to engage in those conversations with stakeholders, the bill sponsor, the committee, to adopt public policy to provide more stability versus market exposure.
Thank you for keeping with the time. One quick confirmation or something. A utility such as Eversource, you cannot just arbitrarily go out and change your method of pricing or change your method of how you're supplying electricity without guidance from the state. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct. The current process is authorized by PUC order, again, supported by New Hampshire statute. If we were to change that process, we would have to make a filing with the Public Utilities Commission. As previously mentioned, there's an ongoing investigation looking at the manner, at the Public Utilities Commission, looking at the manner by which all the utilities procure power. But it would be an adjudicative proceeding and ultimately a PUC order that would direct us to make a change.
Thank you. I really, Mr. Licata was not really the testifier. I'd like to move on to our last speaker first. And if you have questions, then we can deal with them. And I will call our last speaker, Mr. Dominic Osman. Oh, well, okay. Thank you for keeping within your time, Dominic. With that said, is there a question from the committee that we can answer while we're here? Representative Munn, you have a short question.
Well, my question is for Mr. Licata, if he's allowed to come back.
Go ahead.
Giving you your exercise today. Thank you very much. Thanks for your flexibility here. So the fact that you're doing the fact that you're doing laddering in Massachusetts and Connecticut, that would suggest to me that you've got the processes, the analytical tools, et cetera, in place to do that. Would that, assuming that either the PUC or the legislature allowed you to do that in New Hampshire, would it be a fairly seamless? Would it be easy for you to make that transition to that type of a model?
Yeah, the concept and execution of laddering in and of itself is not difficult or technically complex, and we can certainly accommodate that. It's, obviously each state does it a little bit differently. Connecticut does it a little bit differently than Massachusetts. Presumably if New Hampshire went in that direction, it might be a little bit different than those two states, but we could certainly accommodate that. I would just point out, and I know it's been said, so laddering in and of itself does not reduce cost. Laddering provides more stability in pricing. And I know it was referenced our rates in other jurisdictions. I would just point out that those are currently higher than our rate in New Hampshire today, even with the laddering. So we're all procuring from the same market. It's just how much are you procuring at what point in time and for what duration. And so, as Mr. Roberge spoke, there are real challenges that are driving costs in the market, and it is by and large tied to the cost of natural gas, which is a global commodity. And so different procurement strategies, as Representative McWilliams said, can have different outcomes of trying to provide some level of stability, but ultimately we're all buying from the same market, and market prices are what they are.
Okay, thank you. Good. Okay, with that said, no further questions. And seeing none other speakers available, I will declare this public hearing closed. Going to ask the, everyone is free to leave for lunch. I'm going to ask the Republicans here to stay here for a caucus, please. Oh, I'm sorry, the blue sheet first.
Thank you, Vice Chair. House Bill 159, the blue sheet, 7 in support, 1 oppose. Online, 53 in support, 3 oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I did forget to announce that we're taking a lunch break, and we will be back here at 1 p.m. for some executive sessions on several bills.
Christie. Christie. The executive sessions will start as soon as all members are here and in their seats. So good afternoon, everybody. This is the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, and we will be conducting exec sessions for several bills over the next hour or two, or however long it takes. We'll be doing House Bill 233 relative to useful thermal energy under the Renewable Portfolio Standard. We'll be doing House Bill 257 relative to telephone carrier of last resort obligations. We'll be doing House Bill 251 relative to the cost of compliance with disclosure of electric renewable portfolio standards. We'll be doing House Bill 263 requiring notification to renewable energy customer generators of issues related to renewable energy credits. House Bill 281 relative to least cost integrated resource plans of utilities. House Bill 443 establishing a commission to study the withdrawal of New Hampshire from ISO New England. Bless you. House Bill 372 establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire's citizens, businesses, institutions, and environment. And House Bill 605 relative to solar generation under the Renewable Portfolio Standards. We will also resume the exec session on two bills recessed recently. I don't remember exactly when we recessed them, but I'm talking about House Bill 208 and House Bill 298. Before we get to that, I want to welcome Joan Hamlet back to the committee, who's sitting in today for Representative McGee. Welcome Andrew Rizzullo, who's sitting in today for Representative Michael Harrington. And welcome back Carol Brown, who's sitting in once again for John Lewicki. And then a huge welcome back to Representative Jackie Cretion, who's back after being out for a couple, 3 weeks with some broken ankle issues. So welcome back, Jackie. So with that, I'd now like to recognize Representative McWilliams.
This is House Bill 233, just confirming, Mr. Chair.
You have a motion?
I'm sorry, this is House Bill 233, I'm just confirming, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move
No,
for-
this is reconsideration.
Oh, I'm sorry, 139, yes? Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that we reconsider with an amendment House Bill 139 regarding to municipal boundaries for renewable energy projects.
Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we reconsider our decision earlier on House Bill 139. As you'll recall, we tried to come to a conclusion on that bill. We were unsuccessful, and we arrived at a conclusion of without recommendation. Since that time, I've worked with the ranking member to create a possible avenue for compromise on this bill. I've prepared an amendment, and that was the reason for calling for reconsideration today. So I would like to hear any discussion regarding whether we should reconsider our action on House Bill 139. Does anybody have anything to say? Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to say that this is a really great step to moving forward with removing the constraint on municipal geographic boundaries to allow municipalities to install a potential solar array in a neighboring town if their own town does not have land or space or rooftops to do it. My caucus has reviewed this amendment, and it's an excellent first step to at least push forward allowing municipalities to net meter outside of their own geographic area. However, upon discussion, our concerns with this amendment is that there is a requirement that the municipality own in this case, likely solar panels outright. And generally, the way that we can make these projects pencil is by the municipality doing a power purchase agreement for the first 5 years and then purchasing the array. And so therefore, I would ask that we actually close the reconsideration today and reconsider on Tuesday with a further amendment to allow some kind of a PPA lease agreement to make it actually work financially for these municipalities, just to reflect the realities of the market. Thank you.
Representative Reynolds, do you have a comment?
I do. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I can speak from experience on this, of course, having worked in this field, and I really believe that I think that it's a good bill to remove the artificial constraint that, of adjacency, municipal boundaries. Group net metering can take place anywhere within ought to be able to take place anywhere within a utility's service territory, because energy goes into the grid. It can be credited to customers anywhere. With respect to the situation that Representative McWilliams was just addressing, I think the bill should just remain silent about ownership structure, and that we here at the legislature should empower our towns to enter into whatever kind of contracts, arrangements that they see fit in order to benefit from group net metering. Town managers, town energy committees, select boards can judge the financial arrangement and how it works for them. I don't think we should put the constraint about they have to own it, because as Representative McWilliams said, the most frequent way is for an investor to own it at first, because they're the ones that can benefit from the tax credits that are available, and towns cannot. So that's the way it usually works.
Let's not debate the merits of the amendment, because we don't have an amendment before us yet. So are there any further comments on whether or not we should reconsider this bill or just leave it as is? My rationale behind reconsidering the bill was to see if we could find a way to compromise and come up with a resolution. In order to get there, I think we have to vote to reconsider it. That reopens the exec session on the bill. And we can then recess the exec session to do further work on the amendment if we deem that to be necessary. But the first step is to reconsider the decision that we made a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. So Representative McWilliams?
Thank you, Chair Vose. I believe you're correct that we do have to reconsider in order to open it. And so I would recommend reconsider to open and then recess at this point.
Any further discussion? Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Every once in a while, we come across a situation where we vote one way, but then soon after we find out there's maybe a path forward. This is one of those cases, so I wholly support voting in favor of reconsideration.
Representative Ploget.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in favor for it. I looked back in the notes. We talked on 20 minutes before we decided bear with me, HBL 139 on February 3rd at 2 o'clock. We were talking on that to 2:20. I think a lot of things were said then. I think there is reason to reconsider this. So yes, I will vote for it.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of reconsideration of House Bill 139.
Doug Thomas.
Yes.
Janine Nodder.
Yes.
Andrew Renzulo.
Yes.
Troy Murner.
Yes.
Carol Brown.
Yes.
Lex Brezhny.
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget.
Yes.
James Summers.
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams.
Yes.
Joan Hamblett.
Yes. Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
20-0.
Okay, by a vote of 20-0, we have decided to reconsider House Bill 139. That reopens the executive session for House Bill 139. And at the call of the chair, I'm going to recess this executive session until March 7th at a time to be determined. And with that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 139. And now we can move on and talk about the other bills before us today. So now I'd like to open a exec session on House Bill 208, or actually resume the exec session on House Bill 208. And I recognize Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend ITL on HB 208.
Chair recognizes Representative Notter.
I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 208 to be referred to the floor as inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion on this? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr.
Doug
Chair.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We looked at this bill and a lot of good points in it, but we heard testimony from DES that the bill doesn't address funding, that they estimate they would need 3 additional staff members to do what this bill would require them to do. It would require a rewrite of the energy plan that DOE has out there, and that there was too short a time that this bill had in here to do any of these things at all. And for these reasons, I just don't think the bill is quite ready, and that's why I recommend ITL.
Further discussion on the motion to ITL House Bill 208. Representative Cretion.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we tried to get an amendment made that would deal with some of the language issues and funding issues that were brought forward. I'm not sure why that was not allowed to come forward. A few other points that I had wanted to make in introducing this bill, but unfortunately was incapacitated and unable to do. It's been said many times, sorry that it's a cliche, but failing to plan is planning to fail. We do not have a real climate action plan, a real plan for the transition to renewable energies currently. And I think that this is, a real failure for our constituents. We have a fiduciary duty to our constituents to pursue renewable energy, which will save money in the long term. I provided some information from a recent study that was out last year in the journal Joule that showed the difference between pursuing renewables early and pursuing late, and how much that will cost or save us respectively. Also, we have a duty to our constituents to protect the environment, remove particulates, get away from fossil fuels. I think there are many reasons that we need a serious plan to transition to renewable energies. And, if we need to make edits to this bill to get that to happen, I'm absolutely open to that. But I really think we can't continue kicking this can down the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any further discussion on the motion to ITL House Bill 208? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just looking at my notes during the hearing, the climate action plan would also include the impact on environment, which is so important for any kind of energy plan going forward. And that seems to be missing from some of the other initiatives that we've talked about. This climate action plan would look at the economic impact on property value, which is being affected with the climate change.
Further discussion. Representative Munns has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to echo what Representative Christian said about, the importance of having a plan. And I would add that having this type of plan is also good for New Hampshire business and for continued economic development in our state. The one thing that businesses look for when they're thinking about investing in the future is some sense of certainty, of some plan as to what the future looks like. And I think it's very important that we provide a framework for how the state plans to address climate change and hopefully give them some certainty as to what they can expect as they're making their investment decisions.
Further discussion. Representative Kaplan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to add to the voices calling for a little bit of wisdom from the legislature in terms of looking forward into the future, and especially for young people in the state who feel that, we as a legislature are a little bit out of touch because of various factors, and maybe feeling that they are not being represented. And the fact that we're not even thinking about the largest threat that they face in their future. And as a Science, Technology, and Energy Committee, choosing to follow a cost-benefit short-term analysis that we can't even bring ourselves to fund 3 positions in the Department of Energy to oversee people who would draw up a plan. I mean, it's just a little bit out of touch. So I feel that we need to do something. We need to do better.
Further discussion. Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 208.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Ronzullo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to ITL, House Bill 208, fails. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a motion.
I move OTP on HB 208.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 208 as worthy of ought to pass. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask Representative Reynolds to turn his mic off, and then I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of OTP on House Bill 208.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Ronzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
Sorry, I lost track. No.
10-10.
Okay, by a vote of 10 to 10, the motion of ought to pass fails. Chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I recommend a motion to retain.
Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
Mr. Chair, I move that we retain House Bill 208.
I was looking for a second. That motion's already
second
on the
that.
floor.
Sorry.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 208. Is there any further discussion?
Go ahead.
It's likely that having voted 10-10 on the two previous motions, that this motion will also come out as 10-10. And if that should be the case, this bill will go to the House floor without recommendation. Seeing no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 208.
Doug Thomas.
Yes. No.
You're
Can we have a short time out? My apologies. No. Wrong bill.
Janine Nodder.
No.
Andrew Renzulo.
No.
Troy Murner.
No.
Carol Brown.
No.
Lex Brezhny.
No.
JD Bernardi. No. Tom Plauché.
No.
James Summers.
No.
Rebecca McWilliams.
Yes.
Joan Hamblett.
Yes.
Jackie Cretion.
Yes.
Lucius Partial.
Yes.
Tony Kaplan.
Yes.
Chris Munns.
Yes.
Henry Noel.
Yes.
Wendy Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas Corman.
Yes.
Ned Reynolds.
Yes.
Chairman Vose.
No.
10-10.
By a vote of 10 to 10, this bill is voted, or the committee has voted not to retain this bill. Therefore, it will go to the House floor without recommendation. So I'll close the exec session on House Bill 208. Now, I want to clarify for everyone's edification here that I was chastised by the House clerk last week for shortcutting the executive session process. It was explained to me that if a motion fails 10 to 10, then you have to go to the next motion. If that fails 10 to 10, then you have to go to retain. It's required. And then if that motion fails, then the bill can come out of committee without recommendation. So that's why we had 3 separate votes on this bill. That's to keep me in the good graces of the House clerk. Okay?
I might add that if we do this over and over again, I'm going to run out of roll calls.
Okay. Christy, is Carrie still here? Could you tell her we might need some more,
forms.
roll call forms? Thank you. Yes, Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. In the interest of expediency, I do appreciate what you were doing in our previous exec session about saying you would assume that the vote would be the same, whether it was OTP, ITL, retain. Is there a way that we can sort of fast track this and not spend the extra 7 minutes doing 3 votes? Did the clerk give you any best practices on this?
Representative, he did not. He said we have to go through the process. He said, let's say you vote ITL first and it comes out 10-10. He said you can't skip the vote on OTP because somebody might change their mind. So you have to take the vote. And the ditto with retain. Somebody may change their vote and say, yeah, let's keep this bill and look at it again. So you have to go through the process, all 3 steps That's the way it was explained to me anyway. Representative Doug Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, is it possible that we could either do either a voice vote, I'm sorry, maybe a hand vote, to expedite the process?
I'll defer to the clerk on this one. During clerk training, did they,
Not subcommittees, but not for committee.
that's what I
votes.
thought, yeah. Yeah, that's not allowable for full committee executive session votes. So, sorry, good try. All right. With that clarification explained so that everybody knows what we're doing, we will move on. And I will now resume the public hearing on House Bill 298. And I recognize Representative Doug Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion on HB 298 as is, OTP.
And Representative Janine Nodder is recognized for a.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's
Point
been
of
moved
order.
and seconded that House Bill 298 be judged to be OTP.
I'm sorry, point of order. I think you said reopen the hearing, not open the executive session.
Thank you for that
Sorry.
clarification. So the executive session for House Bill 298 is now open. And I am going to offer an amendment. Amendment 0565H, which I am passing out to the members of the committee as we speak, or as I speak. What this amendment does is it removes from the original bill information or a requirement to adopt ANSI and APCO codes for a application to or modification application for wireless service facilities. It also makes some changes to language down in section 2. It removes the word environmental from line 20, and it changes in line 24 a phrase that previously read environmentally sensitive areas. It changed that phrase to horticulturally sensitive areas. So those are the substantive parts of this amendment. Those are all the parts of the amendment, actually. And I offer this for adoption and would like to hear your comments on the amendment. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Vose, for the amendment to this bill. I know we've talked about the fact that I have a background as an attorney. And so reading this with sort of a legal lens, I am really happy to see the change specifically to line 24 to define historical or horticulturally sensitive areas. I do believe that that is something a court of law could hold up if there were a challenge about the location of a 5G cell tower. I was concerned that environmental concerns was just too wide ranging for a court to interpret, and it may be stricken from the statute. And so therefore, I'm very happy with this amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not trying to nitpick here. I'm just trying to see what's in this amendment. On line 24, it's horticulturally sensitive areas, but there's no hyphen. So is it historical sensitive as well as horticulturally sensitive, or is it just horticulturally sensitive?
Okay, I'm sorry, I was distracted. You're complaining about the
No, I'm not complaining. I'm just asking a clarification question. So in the original bill, it was environmentally hyphen sensitive areas, but in this one, there's no hyphen. So is it historical sensitive as well as horticulturally sensitive? Or is it horticulturally sensitive and historical? I'm a
I
writer,
asked
sorry.
the OLS attorney to put a hyphen in there. He did not.
Oh, you did.
So,
All right. So the sensitive just belongs to the horticultural.
yes,
Thank you. Okay. Okay.
Representative Corman.
Thank you. I actually directed the Dartmouth College writing program, so I'm very sensitive to these issues. Because horticulturally is an adverb.
No pun intended, right?
Because horticulturally is an adverb, it cannot apply to areas, so it applies only to sensitive, and therefore historical does not. So it's historical areas or horticulturally sensitive areas. That's the correct interpretation.
So you're saying the OLS attorney did it correctly?
I am saying just that, yes.
Oh, excellent.
So
excellent.
excuse me, are you saying they did it wrong in the first bill? Okay, all right.
No
I make
hyphen
no
with an
comment about
LY.
the first bill.
It's
Okay,
a tiny
okay.
little
All
thing,
right.
but
Good enough. That's settled. That's settled. Any further comment? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noticed that your amendment also deletes the second paragraph of the original bill that was dealing, I think, with indemnification. Is there, can you maybe talk to that?
Yes, I deleted everything after the word or the words building, electrical, and fire codes, because they applied to the previous or to the ANSI, ADCO, or APCO, whatever it was, section of the bill. Follow up.
That apologize. That's what I wasn't referring to that. In the original bill, there is actually a second paragraph that comes after the discussion of historical or environmentally sensitive areas. It talks about adding a sub-paragraph to deal with planning board can add, I can read it if you want me to.
No, you don't need to,
Okay.
because now I understand your question.
Yeah, I just was curious as to, the
Yeah,
rationale
the
behind that.
answer to your question is, if you read line 1 of the amendment, it says amend the bill by replacing section 1 with the following. So this just replaces section 1, but section 2 remains intact.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Any further discussion on this amendment? Representative Partial.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I need to just add one correction of some information I supplied to Doug Thomas yesterday. I believe I stated incorrectly that this thus applies to the short range, small repeater, small cell 5G. In fact, this legislation will also apply to macro towers. And so the removal of that one clause may be of questionable nature, but I will not contest it right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of adopting the amendment 0565H.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzullo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
with or without hyphen, yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman votes.
Yes.
20-0.
Okay, by a vote of 20-0, the amendment 0565H is adopted. That makes the motion on the floor OTPA. Is there any discussion on this motion? Any further discussion? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would ask the committee to bear indulgence to me for a second. I have been struggling with why this bill is even necessary. I heard during testimony, and I've heard in conversations that I've been part of, that this is required. This is something that will give local authorities the ability to have greater oversight over the placement of 5G transmitters in the community. But I've also heard that the local authorities already have that authority. And I've heard also that there's extensive regulations that the FCC has that governs where these transmitters can be placed. So I'm asking anyone on the committee that could maybe enlighten me, what gap is this bill going to fill?
So, Representative Partial.
As I have already done what I believe was my best ability to explain where I see the gap, would it be possible for me to call back to the witness stand somebody to maybe do a better job than I could of explaining it?
No, we're in voting mode at this point, so that won't work. Sorry. Any further discussion? Representative Reynolds will turn off your microphone, and Representative Cloutier is recognized.
Thank you, Chair. If I believe correctly, the municipalities did not have anything in writing that they felt comfortable with to challenge the communications definition of the federal's rulings. It did not, I believe it did not say, now someone needs to correct me, I did not have this in my minutes, but I believe, here we go, I'm not supposed to believe, excuse me, Chair. The municipalities need a statute to tell them they actually have the authority to look into this with engineering of their own. I don't believe that was out there. That's why this bill.
Okay, thank you. Further discussion on the question of OTPA on House Bill 298. Representative Notter.
I still have a lot of reservations about this bill, and I've got a whole list of questions, and it would just take a long time. Can I hand this to you and let you look it over for a few minutes?
I don't have time to look it over. I can look it over later if you like, but Representative Corman had a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to follow up on Representative Munz's question, I'm looking through my notes, and the person who introduced the bill was Senator Ricciardi, and Representative Doug Thomas did ask a question about what this bill did in terms of municipalities. And Senator Ricciardi did say that it gives clarity to municipalities that are currently confused because of what they hear from industry, telling them that they don't have any jurisdiction. So if nothing else, this bill would help clarify to municipalities what their rights are.
Further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of OTPA on House Bill 298.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Notter,
No.
Andrew Ranzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Brezhny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose.
No.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to 10.
What was it?
10-10.
By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion to OTPA fails. The chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 298. Is there any further discussion? Representative Berejny.
Thank you, Chairman. This is more of a question based on the previous questions, but the FCC doesn't allow a town to just forbid putting towers in their town. So if you're required to have a tower, anyways, this seems like this just adds a roadblock. But they have to allow a tower to be built somewhere in town. I guess if anybody has a comment on that, or if they remember that from the testimony.
Further comment? Representative Munns.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to take this opportunity to just say that my opposition to this bill is I'm very sympathetic to those that are concerned about the placement of these wireless transmitters. I think it's a legitimate concern, and my vote against adoption was based more on just lack of clarity about what this was really going to be doing in terms of making that process more seamless.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Vose. As a representative who has a constituent who currently does not want a tower anywhere near his agricultural field because there is research coming out of UNH Durham regarding impacts on certain crops from the wireless signals, I certainly would like to have something in statute that he would be able to stand on in his attempts to fight the location of the tower near his field. And so for that reason, I really feel like we need to have something that our constituents can lean on if they're going to be able to fight a tower. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 298.
Doug Thomas.
Yes.
Janine Nodder.
Yes.
Andrew Renzullo.
Yes.
Troy Murner.
Yes.
Carol Brown.
Yes.
Lex Brezhny.
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché.
Yes.
James Summers.
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams.
No.
Joan Hamblett.
No.
Jackie Cretion.
No.
Lucius Partial.
No.
Tony Kaplan.
No.
Chris Munns.
No.
Henry Noel.
No.
Wendy Thomas.
No.
Thomas Corman.
No.
Ned Reynolds.
No.
Chairman Vose.
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion to ITL fails. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion to retain.
Recognize Representative Nodder.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'll second the motion for you.
It's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 298. Is there any discussion? Representative Cretion.
Thank you, Chair. I know that we had a bill, I'm not sure if it counts as substantively similar, but on the topic of 5G tower siting last year, that was then retained for a study committee over the interim. We've gotten to this point to an amendment that we can't seem to agree on. I'm not sure that retaining would have a purpose.
Further discussion on the question of retaining House Bill 298. Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 298.
Doug Thomas.
No.
Janine Nodder.
No.
Andrew Renzullo.
No.
Troy Murner.
No.
Carol Brown.
No.
Lex Brezhny.
No.
J.D. Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Parshall,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bose,
No.
2 to 18.
By a vote of 18 to 2, or 2 to 18, to be more correct, the motion to retain is defeated. Therefore, this bill will go to the House floor without recommendation. And the first motion on the floor will be OTPA. So with that, we'll conclude the executive session on House Bill 298. Next up, we'll open a exec session on House Bill 233-FN relative to useful thermal energy under the Renewable Portfolio Standard. And I will move on this bill OTP. And I'll recognize Representative Thomas.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we pass judgment on House Bill 233 as ought to pass, and I offer amendment 0576H, which is circulating to each of you as I speak. This amendment implements the recommendation of the Department of Energy to put into statute a bifurcation of large systems and small thermal systems, and further makes those small systems eligible to receive thermal RECs without having to use a meter to determine their eligibility. Their eligibility instead shall be verified by a method that is satisfactory to the Department of Energy in order to calculate the quantity of megawatt hours for which renewable energy certificates are qualified. So this is essentially the same bill, only using different language, and it's language that has been vetted by the Department of Energy and recommended by the Department of Energy. Is there any discussion on the adoption of this amendment? Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We heard testimony from several people and businesses in the wood industry in favor of this bill, and this amendment just makes it better. We need to offer some relief to our small business wood people where these meters are very expensive, and they do provide a service to our forests and to their jobs as well. I think this is a good amendment, so I would recommend everyone support it, please.
Further discussion? Representative Reynolds.
Yeah, I just would second what Representative Thomas just said. I think we ought to be encouraging and making it more possible for small wood burners to capitalize on the RECs. So I think this is a good improvement.
Further discussion?
Question.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Question. Does this get down to the level of potentially residential pellet burning or no?
Yes, those would qualify as small systems, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd remind members that the purpose of this bill was to increase the number of T-RECs, thermal RECs, that are available for utilities to purchase so that they don't have to make alternative compliance payments instead. ACPs are more expensive, so if they can buy thermal RECs for less money, it brings down the cost to ratepayers. Representative Nodder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the hearing, I had asked a question about a single class of RPS, and the guy was kind of taken aback by that question. And I said, well, it's come up before in committee. And I just thought it was interesting that I found a note in my notebook from I don't even know how many terms ago where we did discuss classless RPS. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Okay. Any further discussion on amendment number 0576H? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of the amendment 0576H.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
17-3.
By a vote of 17-3, the amendment is adopted. That makes the motion on the floor, OTPA. Is there any further discussion on that question?
We need the move in second.
Okay, I'll ask Representative Thomas for a motion.
OTPA.
Representative Nodder.
I second the motion.
Moved and seconded to OTPA, House Bill 233. Any further discussion? Representative Nodder.
Just a quick point that the list of sponsors are, it's bipartisan.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Representative Kaplan, you may want to turn off your mic. Representative Cretion.
Sorry that this is a question, since I wasn't here for the discussion. Is there a concern that creating more TRECs without making some sort of commensurate change to the RPS standards is going to either flood the market with RECs and make them each less expensive, or generally depress the market for RECs and discourage investment in other renewable sources?
No, there was no concern about that at all. In fact, there's a shortage of T-Rex right now. And last year, the utilities made $2.8 million of ACP payments because they couldn't find T-Rex to buy. So there was no concern expressed about T-Rex suddenly flooding the market and bringing down the cost of other RECs. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of OTP/A for House Bill 233.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
19-1.
By a vote of 19-1, the committee judges House Bill 233 to be worthy of OTPA. And because this is a -FN bill, I think it cannot go on the consent calendar, unfortunately.
Correct.
Okay, so that will conclude the exec session on House Bill 233.
So we haven't been identifying who's going to be writing the reports. You want to do that at the end of everything?
The clerk reminds me that we need to identify who's going to be writing reports. So on this bill, I will write the report for OTPA. Representative McWilliams, will there be a minority report?
Not for this one, no.
No minority report on this bill. All right, let's backtrack and do the bills that we did before. House Bill 208. Who will write the OTP recommendation on that one?
I will.
OTPA.
Accretion.
Reparation.
OTPA.
Yes.
Now that's Doug Thomas. And will there be a minority report? Well, there has to be because it was
298 or 208?
208.
208.
Did I say 98? I misspoke. I'm sorry.
208 is Jackie Cretion's bill. She will be writing a report. I'm not sure how you want to characterize it. The other side.
Right. So Doug Thomas will write the report for ITL and Jackie Creason will write the report for OTP. Okay, on House Bill 298.
I'll take that one.
So Lucius Partial will write the OTP position.
Yes.
And Representative Doug Thomas will write the ITL position. Okay. Okay. All right, so now we're caught up. House Bill 233 is done. So now we'll move on. Now I'll open an exec session on House Bill 257. This is a bill that's relative to telephone carrier of last resort obligations. Representative Munns has requested a recess on this executive session and the formation of a study committee to see if we can come up with a solution for this bill. So I will so order and ask for volunteers to serve on a study committee on House Bill 257. Representative Munns is on the study committee.
Werner.
Munns, Murner.
The other
volunteers.
Thomas.
Corman. Additional volunteers, Wendy Thomas. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need one more. We need an odd number. Representative Summers? Yes, okay. All right, so the study committee on this bill will be Munns, Murner, Corman, Wendy Thomas, and Summers. And we will recess this executive session until March 7th. So that means any compromise that you come up with has to be, an amendment has to be delivered by the 7th of March. Okay? So we won't close that executive session because it's simply recessed. But we're done with it for now. So next, we move on to House Bill 251. And I recognize Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend OTP on HB 251.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 251 to be worthy of ought to pass. Is there any discussion? Representative Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer amendment, so many amendments here. I offer amendment 2023 054H. And the amendment basically adds one more requirement to what is already on the December electric bills for utilities across the state, which is it adds the dollar figure of the, say this right, the dollar figure of the average cost of RPS throughout the state. So on your electric bill, you will have somewhere on there, will have not only your kilowatt basis for the RPS annualized as a estimate of the average, but you'll also have the dollar figure of what it represents. If I may, should I just read the appropriate line that changes this?
Yes.
This amendment was written to and agreed to by members of DOE and all four utilities. And I'll just read the salient point on lines 13 to 17, where it says, this was added to the bill. Utilities shall also be required to include an annual estimated cost to be calculated by multiplying the average per kilowatt hour cost of the electric renewable portfolio standard under RSA 362F for the prior compliance year by the average residential monthly consumption of 225 kilowatt hours. So I think during testimony, it was stated that approximately I think it was for 625 kilowatt hours, the annual cost, the average cost was around $39. So if someone uses 1,000 kilowatt hours for, or if someone can just take that figure and multiply their monthly bills, they can come up with their total cost for their particular bill. But at least this gives them a basis to average by, you know. So, and the important key question on this was answered. The utility said that this would be done at no additional cost to the ratepayer. So it's a win-win there.
Did you pass out copies to all members?
No.
I think they were passed out, plus I emailed them out to everybody last night.
I knew that. No.
Okay. Discussion on the amendment number 0548H. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just clarification on the amendment. I don't have it in front of me. Is it the same message on the bill every month, or is it just on the December bill?
Thank you for the question. It would be just for the December bill because it would show the average for the entire prior compliance year.
Yeah, thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment. Representative Munns is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm struggling with the fact that we're doing a calculation using an average number. Why can't we do the calculation using the actual consumption of each individual customer?
Well, if I may answer, that was my original want 3 years ago. But in discussion with the utilities, I was informed that would actually cost money. They would have to revise some part of their software billing system for each individualized electric bill. And I think 3 or 4 years ago, they were estimating it'd be about $2 million. This year is probably be more with inflation. But we wanted something to have people give some idea of what they might be paying if they were interested. This gives it a little bit easier. So in the interest of a compromise, we felt that having the annual number on here at least is another step towards the purpose of transparency. So, but it was basically a cost factor that would have been applied to the ratepayers.
Follow up? But it's misleading. It's misleading unless somebody consumes 650 megawatt hours or 625 megawatt hours. It's not doesn't say anything in terms of what their individual consumption is and what the cost is to them.
You're partially right there. They would have to do a little bit of math to figure out what their actual payment was. But in my opinion, and also in talking to DOE and also knowing members on the other side of the wall, this is a step that we can get done, and it's just one more step. And to go further would probably jeopardize the entire bill. So I would rather have this one step done now, and then maybe next year we can look at how we might be able to get a little more accurate notion there. But I think for right now, this at least gives a little more information than just having cents per kilowatt hours on there. So I think it's the best we can get right now.
And since the cents per kilowatt hour number is going to be printed on the bill, any customer who cared could calculate out his actual usage for himself. Representative Munns?
I agree with you completely. So instead of putting a misleading number on, why not just put a note on the bill that says to calculate the annual cost of the renewable portfolio standard, multiply this number by your kWh usage?
I think the reason not to do that is because a vast majority of people just couldn't be bothered to do that. But they might be interested to know that they're paying roughly $39 or whatever the number is every year for compliance with the RPS. Representative Thomas?
Yes, I actually asked that question, and a lot of the billing systems software are decades old, and they deal with limited characters. And to increase the characters would increase expense. So that's the truth. That's the truthful answer.
Additional comments. Representative Cretion has a comment.
Thank you. Just wanted to agree with Representative Munns that I really don't see any value in providing an average that the customer would then have to back calculate from, when it would be much simpler to simply multiply by the kilowatt hour rate that's already provided. But also I am concerned that this amendment seems to be kind of self-contradictory in a few areas. So it says, the estimated cost for the compliance year shall be calculated once per year. That to me sounds like it applies to the actual customer's cost, not the average. There's also still language saying that the cost for a utility to provide this information will be recovered from electric customers, which I know we all are not interested in adding to. And as Representative Thomas said, sounds like there shouldn't be any costs anyway. So I'm not sure why that is still in the bill.
Well, if you notice that the last part is not in bold, so that's already part of the RSA. So that wasn't changed at all. It's been in effect now for even longer than when the first change was made 3 years ago.
Representative Corman has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in the minority here that gets bills from Liberty. My bill has the previous 12 months on it. So that information is already available when they are sending me the bill. I know a little bit about writing code, as do many people here, and it's pretty easy to add up 12 numbers and then multiply them by something and just put that on the bill. So the assertion that it would be $2 million of software, I see Representative Berejny smiling. I know he has a software background. The idea that it's a $2 million change, I'm not buying it.
I'm not either. We have inflation now.
Representative Reynolds has a question or a comment.
Well, yes, I have a comment. My objection to this bill and this amendment, I really could care less which cost we're talking about putting on customers' bills, whether it's their actual cost based on their actual usage or whether it's the average cost. My objection to this bill is that it's telling one side of the story. It's clear that the objective of this bill is to, as a couple of members have stated already, is to present customers with a number on their bill, a cost that, quote, shows them the cost to them of the renewable portfolio standard. The problem is we would not be presenting them with any information about the commensurate benefit of the renewable portfolio standard, the presumed reason that we have such a public policy in the state of New Hampshire. I do note that that number would appear on their bill with a link to information about the electric renewable portfolio standard, including its benefits at the Public Utility Commission's website. However, that seems pretty lopsided. We can all imagine the fraction of ratepayers who, seeing this information on their bill, are going to immediately scurry to the PUC website to read about the benefits of the renewable portfolio standard. In the spirit of bipartisanship, I would be open to an amendment to reworking this bill, perhaps not now, but if we retain it, to not only present ratepayers with this cost information, but also present them with information such as that which was shared with us by the New England ISO, which showed that behind the meter solar reduces regional demand, and how much that reduction in regional demand reduces costs for all ratepayers. That would be a more balanced way to inform and actually educate ratepayers about our public policies related to renewable energy.
So you're opposed to transparency then?
Oh, no, I'm in favor of transparency. I'm in favor of full and balanced transparency.
That's what this bill does. It provides transparency for people to know what they're paying.
With all due
Representative Wendy
respect, Mr.
Thomas
Chairman,
has a question.
it would
has a
provide
comment.
that, but it wouldn't provide them any information about how they're benefiting from that cost. In other words, it would provide them the cost of their investment, but not their return on their investment.
If they're interested in that, there's a link they can go to. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. Oh boy. I believe my colleague to the right of me has some valid points, but I also think that there's no detriment to seeing an average cost, because then you could take the two numbers and figure out how you compare to that average cost. And I think the more information that's provided, the better. Although I do think that that putting benefits would be appropriate, but I think the average cost, I'm okay with that.
Okay, seeing no further discussion on this bill, I'd ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of the adoption of amendment 0548H.
Doug Thomas,
Yes?
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Ronzullo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
$13 to 7.
By a vote of 13 to 7, the amendment is adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I motion OTPA.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 251 to be OTPA. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of OTPA for House Bill 251.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Anzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Lucius Parshall,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
Nope.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
Oh, God. Yes.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
11 to 9.
By a vote of 11 to 9, the House Bill 251 will be going to the House floor with a recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Representative Thomas will write the majority report. Will there be any minority report?
Me?
Representative McWilliams.
Representative Reynolds.
Representative Reynolds will write the minority report. Okay, we will now close the executive session on House Bill 251. And since it is almost 2:30, we'll take a 5-minute recess. I'll let everybody stretch their legs a bit and relax, and then we'll come back and do House Bill 263 FN.
Yes.
Okay, folks, let's take our seats and get back to work here. All right, let's get back to work. I'll open a exec session on House Bill 263 FN, requiring notification to renewable energy customer generators of issues related to renewable energy credits. And I'll recognize Representative Bernardi for a motion.
Move to ITL.
Recognize Representative Thomas.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 263. Looking for discussion on the question. Representative Bernardi.
So in the grand scheme of things, I don't think this is worthwhile project. If you have renewable equipment, as I do, I know already I can apply for a rec or not. It's part of getting the installation. I don't need someone to send me a little notice about it. So I think this is just a waste of time.
Further discussion on the question of ITL for House Bill 263 FN. Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Vose. The intention of this bill is very clear. It's to provide notification regarding rec sweeping to consumer generators, which is usually a residential rooftop. It's just one more effort to make people who are creating recs aware that they are creating recs. And if they do not fill out the paperwork and apply to have those recs as their own, there will be a taking. The recs will be swept to the energy companies. And this is very important from a legal perspective because without notice, it's an illegal taking. With notice, we have enabled by statute for this practice to continue for the last 12 years. And so this leaves a loophole in our current statute where recs are being swept without notice from consumers who have installed solar and lost the paperwork, ran out of time, didn't think about it, had 100 things on their mind, and one more reminder would put them on notice. Therefore, I believe that this bill is a good way to notify people who are producing solar potential rec certificates that they have a right to have them, and if they don't, it's going to go, and the monetary value is going to go to a large out-of-state company. Thank you.
Further comment on House Bill 263. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We just spent a little bit of time, quite a bit of time, talking about a bill that provided transparency on the bill that you get from the utilities to the consumers. This is just another notification that provides transparency to the consumers.
Thank you. Further comment, Representative Cretion.
I was just going to say the same exact thing. Are we against transparency or are we not against transparency? Thank you.
Further comments, Representative Berejny.
Yep. Thank you, Chairman. In the previous bill, we actually modified it to have it be cost less. And I think, provide transparency and still be as economical as possible. This bill will likely have an expense to it. So that's why I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question of ITL for House Bill 263.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Plauché,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion of ITL fails. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move OTP on this bill.
Representative McWilliams moves OTP. Representative Munns is recognized.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 263 to be worthy of ought to pass. Is there any further discussion? Representative Cretion.
Do you have just one more point? A few minutes ago, maybe an hour ago at this point, we just ruled OTPAA on a bill that would create a large number of RECs, including from small residential customers of thermal energy. I think that it would be particularly important to have notification, given that we are going down this route. Thank you.
Further comments? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that the practice of sweeping the RECs is of dubious legality, I think the least we can do is try to lessen our exposure to this practice by providing notification to the people who might be affected. Thank you.
Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. I want to note for the record that the practice of rec sweeping has decimated the market for solar RECs. We're hearing from Department of Energy that there is an abundance of RECs because the suppliers are getting free credits against their obligations. So everyone selling RECs has to accept lower prices or sell out of state to get a decent return, or in many cases choose not to participate because it's not worth it. So we've created a chicken and egg situation. Renewable energy in New Hampshire has been hobbled for a decade. We're talking about climate mitigation issues and hurting children's health by not addressing the concerns for our addiction to natural gas. Much of this could be resolved by making it very abundantly clear to people installing solar that they can do their part by keeping their RECs rather than giving them to a utility instead, so that they can then get around the need to purchase something for their renewable portfolio standard requirement. So for all of these reasons, we're talking about tens of millions of dollars in benefit to competitive suppliers who provide no benefit to the ratepayers. And this is a huge harm that's been caused to our ratepayers and will continue to be caused to our ratepayers. It's unconscionable. This bill is a first step to at least provide notice to meet a bare minimum legal standard. Thank you.
Additional comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question of ought to pass on House Bill 263.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Renzulo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Plauché,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
No.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to OTP House Bill 263 fails. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion is to retain.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 263 FN. Is there any discussion? Being none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 263.
Doug Thomas,
Yes. No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Renzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Plochet,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Parshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
This Thomas votes yes.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
No.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 to 13.
By a vote of 7 to 13, the motion to retain fails. This bill will go to the House floor without recommendation. Representative Bernardi, will you write the ITL position?
Yes.
And Representative McWilliams, who do you want to write the ought to pass position?
Myself.
Rebecca McWilliams will write the ought to pass position. With that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 263. Next, we'll open an executive session on House Bill 281 relative to least cost integrated resource plans. And the chair recognizes Representative Bernardi for a motion.
I move ITL.
Representative Thomas is recognized.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 281. Discussion on the motion. Representative Bernardi.
I'm being asked to do two things at one time here.
We'll come back to you. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was presented to us as really applying to electric utilities, but it also, these least cost integrated resource plans also apply to gas utilities, natural gas lines. And it seems to me that we really do need to be planning for those. So all issues about electric utilities aside, whether that generation might not be covered, that transmission might not be covered, no, that all that's left is distribution, whether or not I even buy that, I feel like because the gas lines are part of this plan, I agree with the ITL motion.
Yes, I can say it.
Okay, Representative Bernardi is recognized.
Mr. Chair, I would like to withdraw my motion and move OTP.
Representative Bernardi withdraws his motion. Representative Thomas, Doug Thomas, do you withdraw your second?
I do.
Representative Bernardi moves OTP. Representative Thomas?
Second.
Now we have moved and seconded the motion of OTP on House Bill 281. Now we need discussion. It's a different motion. Apologize for the mix-up.
So, Mr. Chair.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes, this bill was presented, there were several concerns, but there was still value in moving forward with this bill. So I want us to consider that.
As I recall, the Department of Energy testified in favor of repealing these least cost integrated resource plans. Further discussion. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. My concern with this bill is that it's the only place where there's the review of the environmental impact. And by getting rid of this, we remove reference to the Clean Air Act, and those are very important aspects that should not be removed. So thank you.
During testimony, we heard that these least cost integrated resource plans have not been filed for years. So none of that environmental planning is being done.
But
Representative
they could be.
Reynolds.
They could be.
Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My recollection is that we heard a lot of testimony saying that while some aspects of integrated resource planning as currently defined in statute have been obviated by the move by deregulation, that there were also several aspects of it that were still valuable, and that generally I thought the advice we received was that rather than abolish IRP wholesale, that we ought to improve it. So I would be against passage of this bill, which is a huge stroke, just ending a practice that has some value. Thank you.
Representative Bernardi.
Yes, thank you, Chair. As I recall, yes, there were indeed some potential advantages, but the bill as written was calling for things that realistically cannot yet still be done, and therefore it would be far better to craft new legislation addressing those issues that are still relevant and move forward with ought to pass on this.
Additional comments? Representative McWilliams.
I think we're just having some confusion about the underlying motion. This is an OTP on House Bill 281. That's the motion. I just want to confirm that.
Yes, the
Okay.
bill repeals the least cost integrated resource planning statute.
Okay, so speaking to that, the statute right now has the PUC look at all cost-saving measures, including energy efficiency and diversity of energy resources. The goal here is to keep costs down for ratepayers, and we keep hearing over and over that costs are off the charts. So getting rid of the least cost integrated resource plan, regardless of whether or not it's actually been used or implemented, it's been on the books for decades. Getting rid of that is eroding the whole intention of protecting ratepayers and finding diverse investments. We did hear from the Office of the Consumer Advocate with the proposed 4-page amendment. I think that there is something here to perhaps revise the statute and make it more modern and applicable annually. I'd love to see a bill come forward next year to do just that. But I don't see anything here in terms of repealing whole cloth, something that has been on the books for this long and has the potential to really keep us in line with economic good business practices. I don't see it repealing as a good idea at this point, so I would oppose an OTP motion.
Additional comments? Representative Partial.
I would also add that not only our consumer advocate Don Kreese, but also Eversource, CLF, and the Nature Conservancy also believe favored reform of the existing bill rather than statute, rather than dissolving it entirely. I think we have nothing to replace it with, and I think it's foolhardy to, in this time of when we're challenged, to acquire more affordable energy, to throw something like this to the wind.
Representative Cretion has a comment.
I'll just agree that from my recent experience, it's nice when something is broken, you should try to fix it, not chop it off completely. So we shouldn't be repealing this entire statute. Thank you.
It's possible that the fastest way to get a new modernized plan would be to get rid of the old plan. Okay, any further comment? Representative Munns.
I believe we should not get rid of this statute, but to those that have said, you know, we need to update the plans or modify the plans, then I would suggest that rather than repealing this provision, we take some time, perhaps retain this bill, and look at making it better. But let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater until we have an alternative.
Okay, further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question of OTP on House Bill 281.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Parshall,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Vose,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to OTP House Bill 281 fails. Chair recognizes Rebecca McWilliams.
Mr. Chair, I move ITL on this bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 281. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL on House Bill 281.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Renzulo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Parshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Vose,
No.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to ITL House Bill 281 fails. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Motion to retain.
Representative Nodder is recognized.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 281. Discussion, please. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is the way to go. We do think that there's a way to improve this bill, and I think this is the best way to go.
I would just remind members that if we retain a bill, we have to take it up in the fall, which could involve several trips to Concord during the fall. And so far, we've retained several bills already. Just want everyone to be mindful of that. Representative Cretion.
It sounds like there are already some fixes potentially in the works from the Office of the, Consumer Advocate. And I, for one, don't mind making an extra trip up to Concord, but that's just me. Thank you.
Okay, further discussion. Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you. It certainly sounds from the discussion like there's an appetite to update this to make it more modern. So I don't know. I mean, when we retain, could we form a committee to look at this as well? Or is that separate?
For a bill like this, there likely will be a full committee work session to discuss what to do with this retained bill.
Okay, thanks.
Representative Kaplan has a comment.
Yeah, I'll just chime in to say that given our concern with lowering rates for our constituents, and looking at the least cost sources of energy, I think it's well worth looking at. Maybe trying to update this plan so that it's applicable to the practices that the utilities are undertaking at this point. So yeah, I think we should retain it.
Further comments? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 281.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Renzulo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Berejny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Plauché,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamlet,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
No.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to retain House Bill 281 fails. This bill will go to the House floor with no recommendation. The first motion on the floor will be OTP. Representative Bernardi will write the position for OTP. Representative McWilliams, who will write the calendar report for ITL.
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Who? Wendy,
Representative Wendy Thomas.
Wendy Thomas, okay. All right, so let's close the public hearing on the executive session on House Bill 281. Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I ask the folks on that side of the room to speak up a little bit? We've got the device running over here and we're having a little bit of a hard time hearing y'all. Thank you.
Maybe just get a little closer to the mic when you speak.
And actually, if Representative McWilliams could get a little closer to her mic when she speaks. There you go. Thank you very much.
Okay, excellent. All right, now we'll open an exec session on House Bill 443,
So I don't have that amendment.
which is establishing a commission to study the withdrawal of New Hampshire from ISO New England. And I'll recognize Representative Bernardi for a motion.
I have that amendment. It's not
You have
here.
to-
Okay. We don't have the amendment down here, though. No. Oh, you got it? Great. Thank you. Mr. Chair, I move OTP.
Representative Doug Thomas is recognized.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge HB 443 to be ought to pass. And the chair recognized Representative Bernardi for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have an amendment that addresses the issues that were raised in the discussion, that being that the time frame of the commission was too short. It extends the time frame to the end of 2024 rather than the end of 2023. And it adds $25,000 for contract services by the commission. So I believe this addresses all the key issues that were raised during the hearing.
So Representative Bernardi moves the adoption of Amendment 0572H. Is there discussion on this question? Representative Berejny has a comment.
Thank you. I guess just a question, is $25,000 enough to do the study, or where does that number come from, and is that enough?
That number was an estimate of what charges may be. We also will have the reports from Connecticut and Maine to build on, so we don't have to repeat a lot of that work. So the assumption was that this might be sufficient to do the task.
Further comment, Representative Wendy Thomas.
Yeah, I just have three things to say about just this study, which repeats what Maine has already done. And in leaving ISO New England in general, I believe that this amendment is ridiculous, ill-thought, and non-feasible.
Would you tell us what you really think? Actually, I'd appreciate maybe a little more decorum in your remarks than that. Any further comments on this amendment, Representative McWilliams?
Yeah, I don't see a source of the funds for $25,000. I'm a little concerned where it's going to come from.
It would come from the general budget.
It doesn't say that.
Well, that's what OLS gave me as a funding source, and when I spoke to them, that's what they said. It would be a line item in the general budget if this passed.
Further discussion. Representative Partial has a comment.
To the same point, I don't see where, what costs are justified in spending this sum of 25,000. I don't see any justification for that amount.
Further comments. Representative Kaplan.
You know, we're concerned, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, given our concern for saving costs, I just hate to see public money spent on a study that would lead to a conclusion that the whole idea is non-feasible from the start. So why even spend $25,000 on a study?
Further comments. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question of the adoption of the amendment 0572H to House Bill 443.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Anzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion is not adopted. Chair recognizes Representative Barnardi for a motion.
Pass on the main. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I move ought to pass on the main bill.
Chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas.
Second.
Moved and seconded that the bill be judged ought to pass. Is there further discussion? Representative Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now that this bill has a potential $25,000 cost attached to it, I'll weigh in and
No,
say,
it does not.
yeah.
That failed.
Oh. Yeah, didn't we just amend it?
The amendment failed.
Sorry.
You withdrew your comment, Representative? Okay.
I do.
Representative Cretion.
Well, now that there is no mechanism to fund any sort of research for the study, it seems unfeasible to me.
Further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of OTP for HB 443.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Anzulo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Berejny,
Yes.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bose,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion to OTP, House Bill 443 fails. Representative McWilliams is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that we Well, we tried OTP, we tried ITL. Let's retain this bill. We haven't
have to do
ITL'd it.
ITL.
Let's 1010 an ITL on this bill.
Representative Munns is recognized.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 443. Any further discussion needed? Representative Partial.
In light of a speaker asking us to try to stamp down on some of the committees and study commissions that we're generating, you'll see this as add to the list.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll for the question of ITL for House Bill 443.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Did you say yes on that?
I said yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzullo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploche,
Yes.
James Summers,
This is ITL, right?
yes.
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Creation,
Yes.
Lucius Parshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Christopher Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
No.
19-1.
Okay, by a vote of 19 to 1, this bill is HB 443 is judged to be ITL, worthy of ITL. So Representative McWilliams, you will write the committee report.
Representative Kaplan.
Representative Kaplan will write the committee report. And even though I voted no on the motion, I do not intend to write a minority report. So we'll close the
Or is this an FN bill?
executive session on House Bill 443. And we
Mr.
have two left to do, 10 past 3. We'll open an exec session on House Bill 372, establishing a commission to study the short and long-term impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire citizens, businesses, institutions, and environment. And the chair recognizes Representative Nodder for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Brezhny.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and seconded that we judge House Bill 372 to be ITL. Representative Nodder is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We could spend a lot of time the rest of the afternoon discussing this because this is a bill that's on a topic that we've had over and over and over again in this committee. My folder on this issue is getting bigger. I'm going to need another part to it. And there's just so much to go through. I've saved testimony from people who have come to testify on this bill in the other forms. New Hampshire is among the lowest in the USA for carbon emissions, less than 0.0029% of the US total. How can anyone possibly rationalize taxing people? Well, in the other form of the bill, it was a tax, an 800 million tax hike. This topic was so controversial that back when we were in the minority, it didn't even make it to a House discussion. The chairman at the time, Backus, tabled the bill so you wouldn't have to hear it. We had, let's see, I can just go on forever here. Oh, I don't know how long you want me to talk. Heating your home and
That
driving
would be
to
your
work
choice, not mine.
is not a nice to have in New Hampshire. It's a must have. That comes from Townsend Energy from Merrimack. There's several sources of that 0.0029%.
Can I make a motion? Is quoting testimony from previous sessions?
There's a
even
motion
allowed?
on the floor, unless
Can
you have an amendment.
Can I make a point of order?
There is no, The
Point of
motion on the
order.
floor is ITL.
Yeah,
You
it
can't
ca- is it
amend,
allowable to
you
make-
can't adopt an amendment with
Not
ITL.
on the House floor, sorry.
No, this is not about an amendment. It's just, is it allowable to be quoting testimony from previous sessions? Is that allowed to do? Because it seems that what the representative is doing is quoting testimony from.
Yes,
previous-
the representative is allowed to make any comments that she wants, as long as they're within the bounds of what we're discussing, and as long as they're not
Sorry.
lewd or lascivious. So
Sorry.
continue, Representative Nodder.
Well, we just had so many interesting things that were said at previous hearings on this whole carbon tax thing. Hearing the word carbon dioxide is what plants need to survive, and without plants, how are we to survive? There's another, I can go on and on. I could share this if you'd like. I know it's a study, but we've already studied it. So we're going to study the study that we've already studied. And we keep doing this. We keep studying studies that have already been studied. So why don't we just not study it anymore and just kill the bill?
Thank you, Representative Nodder.
Thank you. I'm done.
Representative Murner is recognized for a
And
comment.
one of the few times I'll speak. I was on that committee, that summer subcommittee that I sat on to study this and to look at all this. We had numerous testimonies from people around the country. And just for a point on this carbon pricing and bills, there was 12 other bills filed around the country, referendum questions, even in the state of Washington, Oregon, Maryland, and they've all failed on this topic. So all the stuff that we looked at, we spent a lot of time. We were in the minority, but I sat in on the committee for the summer. So I think we studied this to death, but that's up to you people.
I'm sorry, when was that? The 3 years ago.
Representative Creason has a comment.
I just have a little confusion. So my understanding of the point of this bill is to study the impacts of pending national and regional carbon pricing that it will have on New Hampshire, not on trying to make a mechanism for New Hampshire, but just trying to understand what other legislation not within New Hampshire on this issue how it might impact us. Okay.
Thank you for that comment. It seems to me that there are no pending national or regional carbon pricing mechanisms that are awaiting adjudication. The U.S. House, the federal government, has a couple of times tried to bring a carbon tax forward and never been successful. And surveys of the American public show that 60% of Americans do not favor a carbon tax. So there is no pending national or regional carbon pricing mechanisms out there. Representative Kaplan has a comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with all due respect, it depends what you mean by pending. I mean, there's huge support in the U.S. Senate for carbon legislation. The Biden administration is in favor of it. There are trading partners to our north and across the water that already have regional carbon pricing mechanisms in place, and it's already having an impact on New Hampshire businesses. I think as legislators, we ought to be taking a serious look at this just to be prepared. It's as the Representative Creason said, we're not arguing in favor of a carbon pricing mechanism inside the borders of New Hampshire. We're just in favor of looking at what the impacts would be should such a tax pass either at the regional or national level. And it certainly is pending.
Representative Reynolds has a comment.
Yeah, I'll just follow up and try not to repeat what Representative Kaplan just said. My understanding of this bill was that it would study the potential effects of carbon pricing mechanisms on New Hampshire citizens and businesses. For example, if the European Union implements carbon pricing, or if Canada implements carbon pricing, how would that affect the economics of businesses that import and export goods? So I see that there is always some merit in understanding what may be coming next year, 3 years, 5 years from now, and not simply saying, we studied it 3 years ago and we don't think there's anything new, because I think this is, carbon pricing is a rapidly evolving economic measure that probably won't happen in New Hampshire, but it may happen elsewhere.
Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simply stated, when we don't know what guidelines national may or may ever have or do, I just, I believe it would be a waste of New Hampshire resources to study a hypothetical situation in terms of guidelines when we don't know exactly what will actually happen. If it does happen at the national level, and if it is something that could affect New Hampshire differently than, say, the states around us, then I think perhaps a study might be in order. But until then, we're studying what might be, and I don't think we should use our resources, given the fact that we have 400 other commissions in the state. So I can't support that.
Representative Cretion has a comment.
Thank you, Chair. I will say, since the last set of commissions in 2001, the IMF has proposed a very specific international carbon price floor proposal. So that might be one thing that we could at least look at specifically. Thanks.
Representative Partial has a comment.
Yes, to me, it seems rather clear that we can either keep this with a carbon tax structure in place, we can keep the money in New Hampshire going to New Hampshire citizens, or we can pay this money abroad in the form of tariffs. And I just think having the mechanism in place is just prudence.
Representative Munns has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to echo what some others have already said, that we're not really debating the merits of a carbon tax or carbon trading system one way or the other. We're only talking about, understanding what the potential impact would be. And given the fact that there are carbon pricing mechanisms already in place around the world, that it would seem to me that it would be appropriate to look at those, understand what the impact on New Hampshire might be, so that we could then use that information to hopefully advocate in favor of an approach that's going to have the least impact on New Hampshire, rather than waiting for something to be imposed on us and having to, fall in line with, something that might have a pretty dramatic impact on our economy and our way of life, quite frankly.
Further comment. Representative Corman has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to speak to Representative Doug Thomas's point about that carbon pricing mechanisms might be hypothetical, and why create a commission for something that we don't know what it is. And I understand that concern. On the other hand, we do have some evidence, or there are carbon pricing mechanisms in the world, so we have some concrete examples. And also, a commission can create models that will take a range of parameters, so that when carbon prices are a certain amount, you feed that into the model, you get an idea. So even though we might not know the exact nature of carbon pricing, when it comes, we can at least be prepared for it with models and going on what we already know.
Representative Carol Brown had his hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the rest of the committee for listening to the new person here as a substitute. On a number of these bills, I noticed that at the very beginning of them, in this one in the findings, they make general statements about what the general court believes. And even though many of you support what's being said in there, I find that those general statements make a statement to the constituents that this is what we believe as a whole, and I don't agree with that.
Good point. Thank you for raising it. Representative Wendy Thomas has a comment.
Yes, thank you. I would just like to remind people that in this field, in this rapidly evolving field, 3 years is a lifetime. And it would be prudent to put a structure in place for what's coming down the road. Thank you.
Further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL for House Bill 372.
Doug Thomas,
Yes.
Janine Nodder,
Yes.
Andrew Renzullo,
Yes.
Troy Murner,
Yes.
Carol Brown,
Yes.
Lex Brezhny,
Yes.
JD Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamblett,
No.
Jackie Cretion,
No.
Lucius Partial,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Christopher Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
No.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Corman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bowes,
Yes.
10-10.
By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion of ITL for House Bill 372 fails. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams.
I move OTP on HB 372, Carbon Pricing Commission. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Second.
Moved and seconded that we judge HB 372 to be worthy of ought to pass. Any further discussion? Representative Kaplan.
Yeah, I'd like to present an amendment to 372 that I spoke about at the public hearing.
That is in order. What is the amendment number,
The
please?
amendment number, yeah, you might already have it. The amendment number is 2023-0550H. Do you have that? Okay, everybody has it.
0550H.
And this amendment simply adds 2 new positions to the proposed commission. One for the Department of Energy, the commissioner or his or her designee, and one from the Department of Health and Human Services or his or her designee. And the idea is, obviously, the Department of Energy is intimately concerned with the issues of energy and ought to be at the table for any discussion or any study of carbon pricing. And the Department of Health and Human Services, given their expertise with public health and the potential impact, which is the scope of the study, the potential impact on public health is contained in that study, so they should be also there. The other thing the amendment does is add a year to the reporting period so that there's an extra year to come up with a final recommendation.
Is there a second to Representative Kaplan's motion to adopt Amendment 0550H? Representative Partial. Did you second it? Oh, sorry. Representative Partial seconds the motion of the adoption of 0550H. Discussion, please. Representative Munns.
Thank you. I just want to support the amendment. Obviously, the Department of Energy needs to be part of the process, so I think that's a great addition. And we heard pretty significant testimony from some public health people on the health aspects of this, and I think including the Department of Health and Human Services makes perfect sense. And finally, given the magnitude of the issue that we're talking about, I think an additional year to complete a study is makes sense. So I support the amendment.
Additional comments? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the amendment or on the adoption of the amendment 0550H to House Bill 372.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Renzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Brezhny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Cretion,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
No.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the amendment 0550H is rejected. So now we move on to a motion of ought to pass as moved by Representative McWilliams. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 372.
We need a second to that motion.
It was seconded by Representative Partial.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, Representative Munn seconded the motion.
All right. Too many forms, too fast. HB 372 OTP, no amendment. Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Ronzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Brezhny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Creation,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bose,
No.
10-10.
The motion of ought to pass on House Bill 372 fails. Chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to retain.
Chair recognizes Representative Nodder.
I'll second the motion.
Moved and seconded that we retain House Bill 372. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 372.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Nodder,
No.
Andrew Ronzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Brezhny,
No.
JD Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamblett,
Yes.
Jackie Creation,
Yes.
Lucius Partial,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
Yes.
Thomas Corman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Voss,
No.
10-10.
By a vote of 10-10, the motion fails. The committee will not retain House Bill 372. It will go to the House floor with a recommendation, without recommendation, I should say. And Representative Janine Nodder will write the ITL position. Representative McWilliams, who will write the ought to pass position.
Representative Kaplan.
Representative Kaplan will write the ought to pass position on House Bill 372. So we'll close the exec session on House Bill 372. 331, we're down to the last bill. So I'll open an exec session on House Bill 605. And the chair recognizes Representative Doug Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion ITL.
Chair recognizes Representative Bernardi.
Second the motion.
It's moved and seconded that we ITL House Bill 605 FN relative to solar generation under the RPS. Discussion on this motion. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just that this is a very expensive proposition over the years, several $1 million, wasn't the original intent. And also, it only focuses on one renewable as well. So for those reasons, ITL is in order.
Further discussion on House Bill 605, Representative Partial.
Yes, I'd like to point out that the T-Rex bill we just passed earlier only focused on one renewable as well.
Thank you. Representative Reynolds has a comment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm the sponsor of the bill, of course. Commenting on the fiscal note that Representative Doug Thomas referred to, again, that's sort of the short-term back of the napkin. I mean, I imagine that DOE could have done that calculation on the back of a napkin, during which they literally take the price of a rec and multiply it by all the recs. So not really worth considering. We've heard at this committee lots of testimony about the RPS and about recs. The point of having a renewable portfolio standard at all is to gradually increase the amount of renewable energy that utilities are required to bring into the portfolio over time to increase fuel diversity, reduce exposure to the fossil fuel market, and hold down costs for consumers. So I focused this bill on a single renewable solar on purpose, just so that it would be simple and clear. The gradual increase, the numbers in the bill are modest, easily achievable, because they would have New Hampshire do gradually over the next 2.5 decades what every other New England state around us is basically already doing. So there's no question that this, it's a not very ambitious bill, but it would have New Hampshire at least do something in terms of positive force, bringing more renewable energy into the supply in New England and reduce demand for precious fossil fuels and hold down prices. So opposed to inexpedient to legislate.
Further comments? Representative Kaplan has a comment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think at some point we are going to get tired of being the donut, the hole in the donut, and being the flat line in the regional pattern of increasing grid penetration by renewable energy, while at the same time piggybacking off the benefits that penetration brings in terms of lowering demand and therefore lowering the rate of electricity. And I find it incredibly hypocritical that at the same time that's happening, we have people here in our house that will, shout to the skies about how renewable energy is hurting us. And then when we have a bill like this one that attempts to very reasonably increase the flat line, that we won't even consider it. I think that I'm opposed to the ITL as well.
I couldn't support this legislation, and I dispute the characterization by Representative Reynolds that this is a modest or moderate increase, or Representative Kaplan's assertion that this is relatively small. This is a huge increase. Remember, these percentages are the percent of the utility's total megawatt hour load that they must purchase RECs for. And these are huge increases. The fiscal note indicated in the first year alone, it's an $11 million increase, and jumps all the way up to $46 million after just a few years. So the characterization that this bill is somehow modest is a stretch at best. This is a very expensive bill, and I can't imagine why anybody would want to increase cost to ratepayers by such a substantial amount in the difficult market that we're currently involved in. There might be a modest increase to this section of the renewable portfolio standard that is acceptable, but this one certainly is not that increase. Representative Cretion has a comment.
I'll just re-up my comment from earlier about all the research that's being done to show, in some places in the country, renewables are already much less expensive than natural gas. As they're on a learning curve, they will just continue to get cheaper and cheaper. Fossil fuels are on no such learning curve, and all the technological progress that is being developed there is basically being compensated for by the difficulty of getting those in the ground. I dispute that this would cost us money in the long run. This would absolutely save New Hampshire ratepayers money in the long run, and maybe even, what are we defining as long run within the few years? We've seen natural gas spikes cause huge electricity spikes. I don't understand how we're debating this issue. And also, we've already hit some of the targets and then some that we have set. So it's not quite such a stretch, I think, as you're representing. Thank you.
Representative Munns has a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to follow up on that comment a little bit. I mean, I think it's important to look at when you're looking at the fiscal note, that the $11 million that is quoted is predicated on an increase from what the current law provides of 0.7% to, I think, the 2.5% increase. But what it doesn't do is show where we actually are. Are we above the 0.7% now? I believe we are. And how does that compare to the 2.4%? So the $11 million, we're probably, we've probably already accomplished that objective. So the cost is going to be minimal, and what it's going to do is just challenge us to go further.
Representative Berezny had a comment.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to respond to a comment a little bit ago that we increased T-REX, and why not increase solar? But T-REX can generate energy whenever, 24/7 if necessary, while solar only generates when the sun is shining. Thank you.
Good point. Representative Munns, I want to respond to your question about the 0.7%. I was a co-sponsor on a bill that raised those solar percentages to 0.7% 2 or 3 years ago, along with Senator Bradley. And that's where they are today, 7.7%. Representative Partial.
Thank you, Chair Vols. I've heard this argument again and again that solar does not work at night. Well, if we can use it during the day to reduce our load, we're saving precious natural gas, and we're driving the price of natural gas down, and the long-term benefit, well, they become more affordable as it's in less demand. It's a simplistic thing to just say, oh, the sun doesn't shine at night. We know that.
Further comment? Representative Notter.
Doesn't shine much during the day during the winter either. We don't have much energy generated from our solar panels this time of the year.
Representative Summers has a comment.
I know that's not a popular comment, but if the current administration hadn't stopped fracking for oil, natural gas sits on top of it, natural gas wouldn't be as expensive either.
Representative Carol Brown has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first time I sat in here, I made a similar comment, and Representative McWilliams, you noted my passion, and then thank you for that. So living in Bristol and having Bridgewater as my constituents, and Representative Berezny in Grafton County, and I apologize if I misunderstood the comment here. I've heard this a number of times in these hearings that it's only a small change in the rate and you'll get payback later on. A large number of people in our communities can't afford to worry about getting paid back later on. They can't afford to pay their bills.
Good point. Thank you. Further comment? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of ITL on House Bill 605.
Yes.
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 Carol Brown,
Yes.
Rex Bresney,
Yes.
J.D. Bernardi, yes. Tom Ploget,
Yes.
James Summers,
Yes.
Rebecca McWilliams,
No.
Joan Hamlet,
No.
Jackie Creasy,
No.
Lucius Marshall,
No.
Tony Kaplan,
No.
Chris Munns,
No.
Noel,
No.
Wendy Town,
No.
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Yes. By a vote of 10 to 10, the motion to ITL House Bill 605 fails. Chair recognizes Representative McWilliams for a motion.
Let's OTP this guy 1010.
Chair recognizes Representative Munns.
Second.
Moved and seconded to judge House Bill 605 to be OTP. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of OTP for House Bill 605.
Doug Thomas,
No.
Janine Natter,
No.
Andrew Ronzullo,
No.
Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Bresney,
No.
J.D. Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Yes.
Joan Hamlet,
Yes.
Creasy,
Yes.
Lucius Marshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yes.
Chris Munns,
Yes.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Town,
Yes.
Thomas Gorman,
Yes.
Ned Reynolds,
Yes.
Chairman Bowes,
No.
10-10.
So by a vote of 10 to 10, the motion ought to pass fails. Chair recognizes Representative Thomas.
Motion to retain?
Chair recognizes Representative Notter.
Second.
Moved and seconded to retain House Bill 605. Discussion. Seeing none, I ask the clerk to call the roll on the question of retain for House Bill 605.
Doug Thomas,
No.
No.
Andrew Reynolds,
No.
Ronzullo, Troy Murner,
No.
Carol Brown,
No.
Lex Bresney,
No.
J.D. Bernardi, no. Tom Ploget,
No.
James Summers,
No.
Rebecca McWilliams,
Sure.
Yes.
Jackie Creasy,
Nah, I think it's good to go.
no. Okay. Lucius Marshall,
Yes.
Tony Kaplan,
Yeah, sure.
Chris Munns,
No.
Henry Noel,
Yes.
Wendy Thomas,
No.
Thomas Gorman,
No.
Ned Reynolds,
No.
Chairman Bowes,
No.
5-15.
By a vote of 5 to 15, the motion to retain fails. This bill will go to the House floor without recommendation. Representative Doug Thomas will write the ITL report. Representative McWilliams, who will write the OTP report?
This is Ned Reynolds.
Ned Reynolds? Okay. All right. With that, we'll close the executive session on House Bill 605. So
Who's doing the ITL?
Doug Thomas is doing the ITL report. Representative Ploget has a question.
A question to the chair. House Bill 443, ITL 19 to 1. Did the chair wish to put that on consent? Oh.
We cannot, right? It's a FN bill.
Oh, is it 233? No.
If it's ITL, you can put it on?
If it's an FN and it's ITL, that was the vote, then it can go on the consent calendar. I learned that yesterday in Ways and Means.
Okay. Without objection, we'll put HB 443 onto the consent calendar.
No objections.
No objections? Okay, that goes on to consent. And Tony Kaplan is writing the report for that bill. Okay, so let's review who's writing what before we leave here. So starting with House Bill 233, that's an OTPA, and I will write the report for that one.
Either keeps score on another piece of paper, I gotta shuffle all of these.
Sorry to create extra work for you, but I just want to make sure we walk out of here with everybody knowing what they're supposed to do. On these committee reports, please have them in my mailbox by noon tomorrow.
Okay, so what was the first one?
First one is House Bill 233, which is OTPA, and I'm writing the report. Next one is House Bill 257, that's recessed. Next one is House Bill 251, that's without recommendation. Representative Thomas is writing the OTP position. Representative Doug Thomas, that is.
It was a 11-9 vote.
On 251?
That was 11-9.
Representative Reynolds will write the opposing opinion on 251.
Oh, so that's OTPA? Oh, okay. OTPA. I wrote it down wrong, I guess. All right, so Doug Thomas is writing the majority report and Ned Reynolds is writing the minority report. Is that correct? Okay. 263 FN. That one was without recommendation, correct? And Rebecca McWilliams will write the ought to pass position, and J.D. Bernardi will write the ITL position. House Bill 281, also without recommendation. J.D. Bernardi will write the ought to pass position, and Wendy Thomas will write the ITL position. House Bill 443, ITL, Tony Kaplan writing the committee report. HB 372 is without recommendation. Tony Kaplan will write the ought to pass position, and Janine Notter will write the ITL position. House Bill 605, without recommendation. Ned Reynolds will write the ought to pass position, and Doug Thomas will write the ITL position. House Bill 208, without recommendation. Doug Thomas will write the ITL position, and Jackie Cretion will write the OTP. It took me a minute to remember what JC stands for. Jackie Cretion will write the OTP report. And finally, House Bill 298, also without recommendation. Lucius Parshall will write the OTP position, and Doug Thomas will write the ITL position. And then the last matter is the study committee for House Bill 257. Representative Murner is appointed chair of that subcommittee, and he will be joined by Representative Munns, Representative Corman, Representative Wendy Thomas, and Representative James Summers on that subcommittee. And I double checked to make sure the only thing that's required for a subcommittee to meet is 24 hours notice. So all you have to do is post a note on our door that says HB 257 subcommittee will meet on such and such a day at such and such a time, and that makes it so. So there's no waiting for a week to get something noticed in the calendar. Subcommittee work sessions do not have to be noticed in the calendar. They just have to be noticed 24 hours in advance on the door outside the office. So with that, we're done. And I thank you all for your hard work today. Hope you have a great weekend. It's a long weekend, so enjoy your Monday off. And we'll see you all back here on Tuesday for one public hearing and a whole bunch more executive sessions. See you then. Take care.